Hi, everyone, and welcome. I'm Susan Smith, and you're in my studio, Stitched by Susan. On today's Live and Unscripted, I'm going to be working on a Quilt of Valor, which in North America is a quilt that's going to be awarded to some person who has served in the military in some way, on some level. So I'll tell you more details about this particular quilt as we get into the show today. But it will involve some custom quilting, some ruler work, using black batting, so some fun things to talk about, and you're welcome to bring your questions to that as well. So let me give you a brief intro and a little bit of information about our upcoming cruise in a few months, and then we'll dive in to the actual project.
Welcome to Live and Unscripted with Susan, Quilting's first reality show.
Have you ever wanted to cruise the Caribbean with some of your favorite quilters? Join Susan, Bethann, and Sam as they bring you along for 7 days of sun, entertainment, and quilting classes specifically designed for machine quilters. From edge-to-edge designs to intricate custom quilting techniques, you will be taught, inspired, and ready to go home and complete all your UFOs in your sewing room. Join us January 18th through 2025 on the Celebrity Equinox. Visit www.sbsexperiences.com for more information and booking links.
It should go to you, but it's not. There.
The troubles aren't over with tech. Well, good morning. Again, I'm Susan Smith, and you're in my studio, Stitched by Susan. Live and Unscripted means that I'm working on a project in real time, and it's not going to be edited. So not only will I talk about the decisions and choices that I'm making while I'm quilting and a lot of my whys, because I'm a natural explainer, I just can't help myself, but also any challenges that arise. So, often there's thread breaks as quilters, or there's tension issues, or thread changes, whatever the case may be. All of that stuff gets left in so that you get an opportunity to see the real-time actual quilting out of a project and get a sense of how long things take, adjustments that need to be made on the fly, all that stuff. So that's what we're doing today. And today's specific project is a Quilt of Valor. Now, Quilts of Valor, this is a U.S. organization, and it is now expanding more and more into Canada. But it's chapters in local cities that make beautiful quilts to award to members who have served the country in some branch of the military. And so this particular one, I can't really give you all the details because these are intended to be surprises to the people who receive them, but it is for someone who is high ranking and who was wounded in service to their country. And so it is a bit of a special quilt. So if you are thinking about working on a Quilt of Valor, know that there's not an expectation always for them to be custom quilting, but today's is. That was the specific request from our Quilt of Valor, QOV we call it. Our QOV chapter leader asked me to do this one custom. So that's what we're doing today, and I thought it would be of interest to you to see some of the features, some of the ruler work, some of the border designs that I'm going to put in it. And also it is a panel in the middle with an eagle, because it's kind of an American patriotic symbol, very much red, white, and blue, although this one's on the dark side. But that panels can be challenging for quilters, like knowing what in the world to quilt on them. So I'm going to walk you through that, what I've decided to do on this one. So an opportunity for you to see that. Just a couple of things before we dive in. Number one, if you are not already signed up for my newsletter, you want to do that. Mr. Producer is going to put a link in the chat if you're watching this live, and if you're watching it on a replay, we'll put a little card at the top with a link directly to sign up for my newsletter. I do send out a picture a couple days in advance of these episodes of what I'll be working on with some of the topics that I think will be applicable, so that you have an idea what's coming and if it's of interest to you to watch, and with times and with links and all that stuff. So sign up for my newsletter, and between Live and Unscripteds, I tend to write not super frequent, but informative and encouraging newsletters with some really helpful tips for machine quilters. So that's a great thing to sign up for. So that's one thing. And another one is that I have recently, well, I'll back up a little bit. I have a membership for machine quilters, and it's called Advance. Not because it is highly advanced quilters, but it's kind of a play on advancing quilts on the long arm, but it's for machine quilters. And in this membership, I load some new lessons, some new content every month. So it might be freehand quilting designs. It might be a case study of a project that I'm working on step by step. It might be a guest presenter. I've had a few of those in. different topics, different categories. But here's the cool thing. I recently lowered that membership price. It's been $19.97 a month since I began the membership a couple of years ago, and it's now $12.97 a month. So also Mr. Producer is going to put a nifty link in the chat for you. You can always go to my website, stitchedbysusan.com, and go to the Learning tab, and there's links there for it as well. So $12.97 per month for that, and new content comes out every month. And the way it works is being subscription based. When you sign up, you have access to all the content that's ever been published. When your payment lapses, it all goes away. So your subscription gives you all access while you're current. Okay, so that's advanced. I've got a trusty list here because I had so many things I wanted to talk about this morning. But I think we're going to go on into the quilt, and then I'll chat as we go. I do want to talk to you a little bit more about the cruise. What, Dave?
I have a question.
Okay, question from Mr. Producer.
The link for advance. You just want them to go to your website? Because I don't have a link for advance or for the newsletter. I can't find one. Just go
I texted you the newsletter one.
Okay, I'll look.
Mr. Producer's finding those links for you. They'll be coming. But you can find all that stuff at my website. You absolutely can. And even the newsletter, when you go to my website, you'll get the little pop-up that you get on everybody's website. Super easy. Ask for your first name and email address, and you're good to go. Okay. A couple of things that I want to talk about is some of the products that I'll be using on this quilt. And one of them is rulers. Surprise, surprise, for ruler work. This is my current favorite. It's backwards for you. Yeah. Oh, no, it's not. Straight up. Quilter's Apothecary. So this is Jamie Wallen creates these rulers. And I've got a few here to show you in different lengths, as you can see. This one is 8 inches, and it's my favorite, and it's the one I'll be using the most today. And it's called the Mystical Ditcher because it's just the right size for managing and doing a lot of stitching in the ditch. But in fact, I use it for almost all my ruler work. I'll be using this one from time to time. I find it a little bit awkward and a little bit heavy because it's so big, but it's great when you do have a long point and you're trying to match up to another long, far away point. That length is sometimes helpful, and it's called the Mystical 45. It's got a lot of 45-degree markings on it, useful for cross-hatching, things like that. And then there's a little tiny one too in the straight series that you can get with or without this little, you can even see it there, this little divot. This is very helpful for working around applique. But in all cases, my favorite feature of the rulers is the handle. Can you see that? That kind of 45-degree angled handle, because it allows me to grip the ruler in multiple ways. That's what makes this my personal favorite ruler. Now, I don't do tons and tons of ruler work in my quilting, but to me, this is a staple. This is a foundational or basic ruler. The good news for you is Jamie has given me a coupon to offer to you. So Dave's going to put a link up for that as well. The code is SBS10 for 10% off, and it's for any ruler that's in the Stitched by Susan group, which is basically all of his straight rulers. Okay? So quiltersapothecary.com and use the code SBS10. It's even on the screen. There you go. Okay, let's get started quilting. I've already loaded up my quilt for today's purposes because I wanted to get into the quilting today. If you want to see more about the loading, look at some future episodes, like Massive Time Saver was a recent one that focused on loading. But sorry?
I just want to say that there are a number of
one question.
Questions on the advance about payment stuff.
Okay.
Have them email you because I'm getting a few.
Okay. Mr. Producer is saying that some questions are coming up about the advance membership that I mentioned. So rather than taking up time with it during this show, won't you just email me, okay? I'm Susan at stitchedbysusan.com. Just email me your questions or head to the website first. There is an informational page there that will give you quite a bit of details about it, okay? All right, for today's purposes, I wanted to show you that I am using black batting today and why, when you would want to do that, and what the reasoning is. It's difficult to see. I'm going to try and get it in place. You can kind of see over here in the corner. I have a dark navy backing on this quilt, and the whole front surface of it, as you can see, is quite dark. What happens if you use a white or unbleached batting on a quilt like this is you run the risk, and it pretty much always happens a little bit, of pushing some fibers through the backing. And if that backing is dark, you end up with little white fibers showing on the back of that dark back of the quilt. And it's not the prettiest look in the world. Now, sometimes you just have to deal because the top of your quilt has light areas and the black batting would show through. So black batting is really only suitable when you've got a quilt that's dark everywhere. The backing is dark and the top is fairly dark too. In that case, it's really, really helpful because now those fibers are dark, and in case that happens at all, they don't show up at all, which is a lovely thing. So in case Diane, my chapter leader, is watching, she gave me unbleached batting and I swapped it out for black because I know how much easier it is to work with on a dark quilt. So that's what I've got set up today. And I've just loaded up my quilt. I've used my red snappers to load it, and I've basted up the left side, across the top, and down the right side. That's all that's been done so far. And you can see that we've got multiple borders. Some of them are printed in the fabric. Some of them have seam lines. So the ones that have seam lines, for the most part, I am going to be stitching in the ditch simply because I want to quilt different things in those different borders. And I like a stitching in the ditch to separate the two designs and also to make that seam lay down flat. So stitching in the ditch simply means these seams are pressed to one side. So they're thicker on one side, that's kind of the hill, and they're lower on one side, that's the ditch. So that's where I'm going to stitch along these seam lines. Now, know that that is not a have to, because it is time consuming, but it is what I am choosing to do for this quilt. So I'm also using a couple of different thread colors, and I'll talk about them as we go. What I have loaded right now, though, is a black thread, and it is an Isocord 100% polyester. The border that's in the inner area here and the very outer one are very deep black. So I did load a black thread for that. In other areas of the quilt, I'll be using more of a royal blue and also a charcoal. So I'll tell you when I'm changing threads. Now we have to decide what order we're going to quilt this in. And one of the points I want to make is that, I'm on the end camera still. One of the points I wanted to make is that there's no one right way to plan out the sequence of quilting this. There are multiple ways I could approach this. So know that you don't have to do it the way I'm doing it. If your quilt had different features or different reasons behind it, you might choose to do it a different way. So one way would be to lay in basting lines. So to run a basting line all the way across my quilt, advance it a little ways, run another basting line, and continue that all the way to the bottom. That's one way to deal with when you've got thread changes, thread color changes that are going to happen, because then you can roll that quilt back and forth and it's all basted in place. I'm going to take a bit of a shortcut today, which is I'm going to use my stitching in the ditch to work my way down the quilt, stitching around these areas, and that's going to be my faux basting. So instead of laying basting lines, I'm just going to go ahead and stitch in the ditch and use that as my stabilizer, and then my quilt cannot move or shift anymore. And once again, I can roll it back and forth. Another decision that I made, and you'll see this as I go today. My intent today, I won't get this quilt fully finished during this episode, but I want to try and show you a little sampling of everything so that you can get a sense of what it all is coming together. But one of the things I'm going to do is do this whole top border, and of course it repeats on the other end, and these cornerstones, if you will, that have eagles in them. And then I'm going to work my way down through the quilt, and when I get all the center done and so forth, then I'm actually going to flip the quilt and do this end border and that end border as top and bottom. Does that make sense? So at the moment, I've actually got my quilt loaded lengthways from side to side so that I can get the longest borders done. There are some times and for some reasons that I prefer to quilt a border in a lap and then join up to where I started. If I was doing a feathery border, for example, I would like to do that because that to me feels easier. But because I have these cornerstones and I have to end them anyways, and I have a really easy loading system, it makes sense for me to do this border and do the bottom border and then flip the quilt before I do the other two borders. All making sense? So I probably won't get that second set of borders done today, but you'll be able to see this first one. So we're going to start by doing some stitching in the ditch with our black thread and work on stabilizing this quilt. At the moment, I don't even have my magnets on the front. I could, but I don't have to because I'm not going to fill this in with quilting right now. All I'm going to do is quilt a simple line around that black. So let's start with that. I do have my ruler plate on. I'll move a bit closer so you can see that. It's this big underneath, and this is essential for ruler work. It extends the flat, stable working area so that you can lay a ruler on it and it doesn't shift. So let me grab my ruler, which I flung on the floor. So now, oh, yeah, make sure it's snapped into place. Now my ruler is stable. You cannot do ruler work without one of these stabilizing tables because your ruler will shift and you'll risk running it up under your long arm. A ruler work table or extender is essential. So I've got mine loaded already. So we're just going to start. And there are going to be splices in this because I am going to advance the quilt here and there. So that doesn't matter. I'm just going to go ahead and pull up my bobbin thread, and I don't even really need to do a lock stitch because when I come around and join this, I'm going to stitch over, like I'm going to overlap some of that stitching. So that's going to be my securing. So I'm just going to pull up that bobbin thread, lower my presser foot, and bring in my ruler and start stitching. Oh, still got a basting stitch on. We don't want that. Now I realize that this quilt is very dark. But as so often, these live and unscripteds are not specifically a lesson. You're just literally getting to look over my shoulder while I'm working on whatever project happens to be going in my studio. So I hope that you can see well enough, at least to get the big picture. You may not be able to see every stitch, but you get the big picture of what I'm doing, which is stitching in the ditch all along this black border. And as I said, I do have the black thread on. I could do this either with the black or the blue, but I had the black for basting, so I'm just going to go ahead with that. And I am using, I think I mentioned this earlier, but I am using the 8-inch ruler by Quilter's Apothecary. You can see this length is a handy length because I don't really have to move my hand along it. It's as long as I can stitch without having to shift the ruler anyway. You can't stitch fully along a 12-inch ruler, for example, because it starts wobbling when you get too far away from where your fingers are. So to me, an 8 or 9-inch length is a perfect size for moving along. I'm just going to go all the way around the perimeter of this black border as far as I can reach. How's the camera doing, Mr. Producer?
It's wobbling, but it's because you're holding the other screen.
Generally, I am free motion quilting on these episodes, and so when my hand is on the handlebar, you get a lot less wobble. But of course, because I'm not hanging on to it today, you're getting a bit of wobble. And I've just left a little thread tail here so that I can easily see where my stitching ended, and I'll be overlapping that in a moment. So now I'm going to advance my quilt a little bit so that I can see that inner black border. So I'm taking my side clamps off. I'll move Stella the long arm just a little. And my long arm, by the way, is a Bernina Q24. So I'm next going to work on this black border that's on the inner side, and I'm going to stitch on both sides of it. So I'm going to advance my whole quilt far enough that I can stitch just to the top of that. Now I am being very careful here because I don't know that you can see it on camera, but the fabric is still loose under my leveler or dead bar, so it could push forward if I let it. So I'm just using visually the straight lines of my quilt to make sure that this seam line continues straight and that I don't pull too hard on that middle and get it misaligned. This is where if you weren't comfortable kind of eyeballing it the way that I am, you might want to be laying in those basting lines all the way from left to right. But I'm pretty comfortable eyeballing this. I've done this quite a few times. I already know, looking at the quilt too, I don't think you guys will be able to see this on camera, but the last black border on the outside has just a little bit of extra fullness in it, and I can kind of see it in the portion that's hanging down on the front. So I'm making sure when I advance the quilt, as I've just done, that I get some of that pulled up so that this area right here, if I were to pull that snug, I get a lot more sag, and that's going to cause me a problem in my next advance. So I've got to be sure to get that up so that this continues flat and straight. And if I pull in that fullness each advance of my quilt, it's not going to be a problem. It's not very much. It's not a big deal. But awareness is key, and dealing with it a little bit at a time is key. So now I'm moving back to my basting stitch, and I'm doing the very outside edge on both sides. And this is just going to be a process of working my way down the quilt. This is stabilizing the whole thing so that none of it will shift when I roll it back and forth later. And I think some of this I'm just literally thinking through as we're doing it. This panel in the middle, if I stitch in the ditch on either side of the black, this panel in the middle is still quite big and quite a bit of shifting could occur there. So I think I am going to actually run a basting line all the way through the middle of this. My preference is to do a 1-inch basting line because I want it to be very easy to take out later when I'm going to quilt. And I'm going to go ahead and do a lock stitch right at the end here so that when I pull that basting out later, it won't pull my side basting out. Does that make sense? The thread will break right there. So this line does not need to be straight, just getting across the quilt. This is just going to hold it in place. And if your machine doesn't have a big basting stitch, you can also just run across it 1 stitch at a time. I used to do that all the time with my gamble, just 1 stitch, 1 stitch, 1 stitch, about every inch. Back to my 1/4 inch stitches. Do a few lock stitches again at this end. I'm not sure if you can see that little bit of fullness in the black, but I'm just using my fingernails to kind of pull it just a little faster under the needle so it's not pushing out ahead of my hopper foot. I'm pulling in and easing in that little bit of fullness, and there it is, all eased in. I'll move my hand and show you what that looks like after it's done. Can you see that? There's just a little bit of rippling because there's a little bit of easing. That's not hard to work with at all. What's hard is if you push that ahead of you and then you all of a sudden get a bunch of it in one place. So the key is to do a little at a time. For my side clamps, I have long wide ones, which you regular viewers will be used to. Today, I'm more using my single clamps simply because the edges of this backing are quite frayed, quite deeply frayed, and they don't slide into the channels very well. Okay, we've now got that stabilized. Next step, I'm going to go back to the stitching in the ditch that I did earlier, and I'm going to overlap it by about a 1/2 inch and continue down the inside of this outside black border. And grab my ruler, which I left lay. And I'm going to stop just shy of the basting stitch. Probably I will end up stitching over it later on. It's not difficult to take out that basting stitch with this one stitching in the ditch, but I won't do any detailed quilting over top of it. I would undo the basting stitch before I did that. On this side, I'm now going to go on one edge of the inner black border. And you can see how doing these ditch stitchings, that's a tongue twister, at various areas on the quilt is going to, by and large, stabilize the whole thing and keep it flat. And that is key to achieving a nice, flat, finished result. Stitching in the ditch like this gets easier and easier with practice, but I'll tell you one thing I have learned by experience, that it looks best when you're right up against the seam line. However, it looks terrible when you stitch over onto the hill portion. It's really eye-catching. It just makes, I don't know, such a divot in the quilt. So my experience has taught me to actually stay a thread or two away from the actual ditch. rather than trying to get precisely in it. And it still looks neat. And I think the average person would not even notice that. I just know that as a quilter. Okay, I've got another tip for you guys. I'm not sure if you can hear it on camera. My ruler is squeaking a little bit. So I'm going to ask Mr. Producer for a favor. And that is, would you get me a rag with a good squirt of furniture polish on it? Furniture polish is really helpful for getting rid of that squeak on the ruler. Some people say that rubbing a bar of soap over it helps too, over the perimeter of the foot or the edge of the ruler. I've not found my soap to be helpful. I don't know if that's just the soap I'm using or what, but furniture polish does work. And you don't want a ton because you don't want to drown your quilt in it. So my preference is just to squirt a little bit onto a rag and then rub it onto the foot and the ruler. So there's just a tiny, tiny, thin little coating of it. And I just use, I happen to have the Pledge brand. I think anything would work. It's just a slight, almost waxy coating. And what you saw me pushing there was some of that fullness. I'm just nudging it so that it goes up into the stitching and doesn't push out in front of me. I'll move Stella a little bit and we'll have a look at that. So I'm actually going to pop my presser foot off. So this is my ruler foot, right? So it's got the almost 1/4 inch high side. So I'm just brushing that a little bit with my furniture polish. I can feel it moist on my rag. Back on it goes. And then I'll do the same thing on the edge of the ruler. And I'll try and keep it from getting on the bottom of the ruler because I really don't want it on the fabric. Just that lip of the ruler as well. And that should help with our squeaky wheel, so to speak. Okay.
I'm sorry, dear, I have to throw this up.
It doesn't matter what order you do these in, by the way.
I have to throw this
I've done the outer edge. Yes, now I have to do the very inner one. Okay, Mr. Producer's throwing up something. Judy, I love how Dave does the split screenshots as it allows me to look at both depending on what you're actually doing. Great job. Thank you. Good. That was our hope, Judy, that it would give you, you know, the wide angle view lets you see what I'm doing big picture, which really helps. And then, of course, the close-up one lets you see the stitching. But having just that close-up, sometimes it's hard to put it in sort of in perspective. So thank you for letting us know that that works well. If ruler work is new to you, then I recommend stopping when you reposition your ruler. If it takes you a little bit longer, if you're worried about bumping it just a little bit, see how I can stop with my needle down and then nothing shifts or moves on me. So enough experience has allowed me to shift on the go while I do it, but you make adjustments however you need to. Wow, that close-up camera really does bob when I'm not holding the handlebar. I'll keep my speed down to try and keep that lower. Leave some little thread tails. All right, so that's that area stabilized. So now we're going to advance and do that again. And then I think we're going to come back and quilt some border work. I don't have to stabilize this all the way to the very, very bottom until I'm ready to work in that area. It's just going to float. It's just going to hang out there and not cause problems. But I will finish stabilizing before I, for example, quilt the black inner border. I'm wondering if I can get all the way around it. I cannot. It's going to require 2 more rolls. Just thinking out loud here, you guys. Yeah, I'm going to back up just a little bit more. You guys could do me a favor. If you are enjoying this live and unscripted format, would you give a thumbs up to the show and subscribe and share with your friends? It really helps to get the news out there. What I've done is back up far enough that, let me move Stella. It's so difficult to see on these prints, I know it is. Far enough that this basting line, it's running right here. Okay? And there's a lip of fabric above it because there is an area unquilted and my leveler bar is pushing that forward a bit, but it can't actually shift. My basting line is holding steady, so I don't really have to worry about that. It's not causing any problems in the quilt. When I roll my quilt back, it's going to lay flat, so I don't have to worry about that. I only worry now about what's below that basting line toward me. So we're going to do that exact process that I just did all over again. So I've got my 1/4 inch basting stitch on, which is what I've been doing on the outer edge. I always lay in this edge basting first before I put my side clamps on. I like to have my clamps putting even tension on all the layers of the quilt, not just on the backing. So I don't attach them to the backing until I have all the layers basted together. Now that's basted. Now I'll go ahead and put the clamp on. I think I might have forgotten to do it last time. Shame on me. Sometimes that happens when I'm busy talking. Let's go baste the other side first. And again, I'm looking at the area of my quilt that's floating down the front in front of me. I'm gauging what visually looks straight and flat along my front rail, and I'm pulling in that little bit of fullness that we talked about earlier, and I'll be basting that into place. I don't want to push it forward into the next pass because then I end up with pleats and frustration. So I either grasp it behind my presser foot and pull it, or sometimes I'll just use my thumbnail and pull it. Either of those works to just pull the fabric a little bit faster under that hopper foot. A little bit of easing going on. And you can see how now when I put my clamps on, that tension, it's not a lot of tension, but it pulls on all the layers together. That's what I like to see. Now we'll take our basting stitch off. We'll look at where we stopped. We're getting a lot of thread tails going on here. Let's see. Where did we stop stitching in the ditch? Right here. Let's cut those little tiny tails now that we've figured out where we're going. It's tricky to see on the black, let me tell you. A little bit of lock stitching and on down this border. Can you see this here? I'm not quite sure if that's in the camera. There is a bit of fullness along this seam. There was a bit of easing.
Do that again.
Right here. So what I'm going to do is kind of use my ruler. I've kind of got the fabric pushed up in there, and I'm going to hold that in place with my ruler and kind of be pushing that way a little bit. I don't want to smooth it down like this and stitch this area, then I'm going to end up with a frustration and a problem. And a ruler is actually kind of good for that. You can push it into place and it holds it near your stitching line, so your hopper foot is forced to ease it in. And here I'll do it again. Easing some of that in there, stitching it down. And that little bit of easing that is left, I'm going to put ribbon candy in that black, so that's going to take up that fullness quite nicely. You won't see the little kind of fullness puckers that you're seeing right now. It's going to smooth out beautifully with quilting. I promise. Again, I did not lock stitch that one. I just went ahead and stopped stitching, leave my tails, and I'll lock stitch when I overlap it. Okay, on to the interior border. I wonder if I want to do another row of vertical basting. Or sorry, horizontal basting. A full-fledged row. I think yes, because I'm not at the bottom of this panel yet. So again, I'm faced with this whole central panel area, and I don't want that to be able to shift. So I'm just going to put my threads back in here, connect again, and I'm going to run that 1-inch basting stitch across the middle. You can see by how I'm working that some of these things are not, I don't plan this fully out necessarily before I begin the quilt. I just go ahead and load it, and as I come to these decisions, I consider them, consider pros and cons, and make the decision. So I didn't necessarily plan before I started. Am I going to fully baste the whole quilt, or am I just going to stabilize with stitching in the ditch? I'm just making those decisions on the fly. Maybe when I get this basting line in, I'll stop for a sip of water and any questions that you guys may have. You know, again, this is the beauty of being live and unscripted, is you have an opportunity, if you're watching live, to be typing in your questions, and we'll do our best to answer many or all of them. Just depends on how many you're asking. So yeah, if you're watching this as a replay, try and catch it live next time if you want to ask questions. Okay, I'm going to move Stella and grab my water jug. Okay. Central camera, yeah? Okay. While Mr. Producer loads the questions, a huge thank you today to him for doing all the work behind the scenes that he does do. Thank you to our son, Will, who does the little intro, and today it was an Australian one, and I'm curious, for those of you watching from New Zealand, does he sound anything like the real thing? Anyway, that's Will, and a big thank you to our friend Dan, who provides the guitar music that we play throughout these episodes as well. If you're interested in supporting the show, I mean, YouTube is always free to watch, it is. But if you're interested in supporting us with our equipment and cameras and so forth, you can do that at buymeacoffee.com/Stitched by Susan. You can make a contribution as little as $5. You can, if you wish, sign up for monthly or one time. It's all up to you, but that's where you can find it. So we appreciate that. And watch for the credit roll at the end where you'll see our monthly contributors. Okay, questions? Noreen, I'm pinning my 90 by 93 quilt to get it ready to quilt on my sit-down machine. Going to be a challenge, but alas, no room for a big unit. That is going to be a challenge. I'm so curious to see how that goes, Noreen, and I hope you'll post photos of it. You're not the only person doing it. It can be done. Judy, are you matching threads in the bobbin? I am, Judy. That is my personal preference. It's another thing in which there's not one right way. You know, I could leave navy on the bottom with all of these threads. I absolutely could. They're all dark, although I will be doing a lighter brown a little later on. But I personally like the look of matching top and bobbin thread, and it looks a bit interesting from the back side too. So yes, I'm doing matching. Same thread exactly in the top and the bobbin. Rebecca, when you say flip the quilt, to do the top and bottom borders, are you going to take the quilt off the frame and reload it partially quilted? If so, how do you load a partially quilted quilt? Yes, that is what I mean, Rebecca. I load mine with red snappers, so they're just snapped onto the leaders, but it would work if you load with pins as well. I'm going to literally fully dismount the quilt, turn it around, and load it back up. I use essentially the same loading process. I usually start at the end closest to me and I attach it. I don't necessarily center it, right? I just attach it, a straight edge on there, and then I flip it over my roller and then I roll it on and it pulls on straight. So I don't actually measure the center point of the quilt and put that in a specific place on my leader. I just roll it on, and then I'll be able to quilt those last two borders. Betsy, are the seams pressed to the black border? Not always. They kind of press them all toward the outside edge of the quilt. So that's one of the reasons I chose to leave the black thread on for the stitching in the ditch. Some of it falls on the black and some of it falls on the blue, and a bit of it falls on the dark red. I just chose to leave the black on for all of them. Debbie, is there something you do before loading the quilt to know in advance that there's fullness in the borders? You know, I can see it, Debbie, as soon as I lay my quilt on top of the batting. I can see a little bit in the portion that's hanging down at the front in front of me. You can kind of see when that border's got a little bit of ruffle in it. And certainly I have a 24-inch throat on my machine, so that's quite a bit of inches of quilt. I can see in that. I can see that if I pull the black outer border fully flat, it's pulling askew a little bit. And it's not very much. It's not a big deal. I don't know that I've ever met a quilt that has a bunch of borders where it is perfectly flat. This one is actually quite nicely pieced. So as a quilter, that's kind of the expertise that I can bring to the equation, keeping the flatness and making it even flatter than it was when it came to me. So that's how I gauge it. Rianne, how do you keep the needle from staging a digitally printed? Staging's not the word you want, but do you mean, hang on a second, I've had that problem which shows a slight shift of the print. I don't know that I'm fully following your question. Are you mean snagging, like where you're seeing white fibers through the digitally printed, or are you meaning shiftability? So let me know. But I will say, digitally printed fabrics are a conundrum for machine quilters. You know, I'm using a top stitch needle, which is sharp, and it seems to work quite well. And this particular fabric is seeming to behave quite nicely. But some of the digital fabrics, when the needle pierces them, you almost get a little white run that shows. And that is, there's no way of avoiding it other than get the sharpest, finest needle you can. But you can't make that not happen. That's just part of the fibers of the fabric. So, Betsy, what weight of thread are you using for ditching? The same that I'm using for quilting, Betsy. It is a 40 weight, the Isacord 100% poly. You know, you absolutely could put a finer thread on for stitching in the ditch. It would be less obtrusive. I'm not going to that level of complexity and trouble. Rianne, snagging, yes. Fortunately, Rianne, this fabric is behaving quite well. I've had the odd digital print that's really, really fussy in that way, and I'm grateful this is not that, because I don't have a great answer for you. Quilters have a love-hate relationship with digitally printed fabrics for that reason. Joelle, when using a ruler on a border with fullness, how do you ease it in? I usually use my hand to pull the fabric under the needle. Does the ruler get in the way of doing that? In a way, the ruler takes the place of it. Like you've got that fullness kind of distributed with your fingers, and you put your ruler on it and then sort of push toward your hopper foot with a little bit of pressure, and it won't shift then. So it goes ahead and eases that right under the needle. It works pretty nicely. Mary Ellen, how do you tackle stitch in the ditch with pressed open seams? You simply have to stitch to one side. There's just no way around that. If you stitch in that seam, all you're catching is the machine stitching threads of the seam, and that's not very strong. And often you will see the batting through as well, especially if you've got white batting on something like this. So you simply have to stitch, a 1/16 of an inch or so to the side of it. Linda, furniture polish, who knew? I've been thinking that I've been pushing the fabric too tight against my ruler. Is that possible? How would you describe the pressure needed against the rulers? Oh, such a good question, Linda. You get a feel for it as you go. You really only want enough pressure that it doesn't shift. Because when you're working at a sit-down machine, the more pressure you put, the harder it's going to be to move the quilt, right? Because you literally need it to be moving. You don't want it jammed against your quilting surface. And honestly, the same is true on here too. I've got the little table, right, underneath my quilt. And if I'm jamming my ruler down, my quilt is not going to move very smoothly. So you only want enough pressure to hold it in place, but you do want enough pressure, that the ruler's not going to shift and shimmy on you. So it's a balancing act. I remember when the first quilt that I did that had a lot of ruler work, it was quite a big quilt, and it had chevrons across it every so often, and then pretty things quilted in those, stripes that were created. And it sort of took me that whole quilt to get the feel. It's a little bit like learning to drive a car, right? And you're learning to make a smooth corner. Like, how hard do you crank the wheel? It's a bit like that. Just do it. Just keep quilting. You'll get a feel for it. Is there a reason you're using a basting stitch along the front rather than using your magnets? Yes, I did, Debbie, because I've got this central panel area that's big. And if I just used my magnets, that area at the top end of my quilt, when it's not stabilized, is going to push toward me, and I'm going to risk still getting that bow. Does that make sense? Because I'm not quilting that all down as I go. So my basting stitch is just keeping that. So I've got my basting stitch right now about 16 inches apart, and I wouldn't go further than that because I need to hold that whole panel. I want it to be square when the quilt is done. I don't want the panel to be bowed at the sides or something like that. Dawn, why do you have to baste the whole quilt? Why not baste, then quilt, then advance, then baste? I absolutely could, Dawn. And I mentioned at the beginning of the show, this is not the only way to do this. This is one way to do it. I chose to do it because then I can come back and change my thread colors and be able to, for example, quilt some blue all the way around a border and not have to worry about my quilt shifting. Otherwise, I would have to quilt the blue, then baste with my black, then go back to blue, quilt some more. Do you know what I mean? Back and forth with thread color changes. So for this quilt, for the types of borders, for the thread color changes that I'm working with, this seemed the best way to me. But it's not the only way by any means. Joelle, when using a ruler on a border with fullness, oh, we got this one already, Dave.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Selena, what color thread are you using on the whole quilt? Black? I'm using several colors, Selena. I am using a black in the black borders because it's a very deep black. On the rest of the quilt, like for the eagle panel, for example, I've got a charcoal that I'm going to load up. It's not as severe as black, so it blends a little better because there's dark red in there and dark amber and dark blue. So charcoal for that. And then I have a royal blue for the royal blue areas. And I think I'm going to put brown on for the single brown border around the eagle. I may still do that one in charcoal too. So not too many changes. Jan, should you stitch up out of the ditch? Do you take it out or keep going? Okay, let me, I see what you're asking, but in case our viewers aren't getting that. So I'm stitching along on the lower side. Let me put my water down. My seam allowance is folded. So I've got a hill on one side of my seam and a ditch on the other, a lower part, and I'm stitching along on that ditch. And if you catch the hill with your stitches, it tends to really show. Typically, Jan, I tend to undo it because I think it's really eye-catching and really distracting. So my preference is to stitch just a thread or two away from that ditch to try and avoid hitting the hill. That to me looks better than catching that hill. And you can't be undoing 20 times in a quilt. It's going to take you forever. So you've got to avoid stitching onto that hill so you don't have to undo it. And my answer is to stitch just a tiny bit away from the ditch. Deborah, do you change thread color on the white areas? Sorry if this was already asked. You know, Deborah, I'm not 100% decided yet. The lightest area on the quilt is the white head of the bald eagle. And I may change to a lighter color just to outline some of those feathers because the charcoal might just look too stark in that. I'm going to make that decision on the fly. After I've stitched around the perimeter of the eagle, I'll kind of judge how I think that charcoal thread is looking against the outside edge of the eagle and make my decision then. That's entirely preference. Janice, interesting the snagging on digital print. I spoke with a shop owner / long armor after hearing about this, and she claimed it was not an issue. I beg to differ. Some digital fabrics don't have an issue. This one seems to be really good, but there are some that have something about the weave. It might be the ink that's used. I don't even know what the detail is, but some digitally printed fabrics are brutal for making those little white runs where there's needle punctures. That's just my experience. Are we good? Judy, can you put on your future list to make a video of you actually taking the partially quilted quilt off the frame, turning it and reloading it? I'm sure you'd have some great tips. I can try and do that, Judy. I'll try and do that.
And then one more you can answer.
And Zarina, where do you get your isocord thread? There's a few choices. Lots of quilting shops sell it, usually in smaller spools. I have found it off eBay at times. At this moment, I do have a wholesale account with Amon USA, which is the manufacturer of it in the USA or the distributor in the USA, and I order directly from them. So those are options and levels.
Good.
Okay, we're off and running, guys. We got to get some more quilting done. Where are we at here? The inner border of black. That's where we're at. Just taking my little thread tails off there. And for the purposes of just this border, I'm going to go ahead and stitch right across my basting lines. You do not want to do that 100 times. Cross over those basting lines or it'll be hard to pull it out. But for just crossing them once, it's not going to be a big deal. And when I actually start quilting the panel or the borders, then I'll start pulling out that basting stitch wherever I'm working. Woo! Squeaking. Now the person who was just asking me about undoing on a hill, I just hit the hill side of that blue, mostly because I was talking and got confused over which side I was stitching on. and it's dark and it's not showing very much, and I'm not going to undo it. So that's my decision here. It does make a difference what color you're stitching on. It just does. There are all kinds of factors that make a difference. So you just have to decide in the moment, am I okay with that look? Do I have to undo? Tip for you guys, if you happen to be quilting something dark like this and having a really difficult time seeing, there are different ways that you can deal with hard to see fabrics. You know, sometimes more light is the answer, sometimes black light is the answer. But when I have the hardest fabrics to see, my answer is to turn off all of the lights in the room. Close the blinds, turn off all the lights, and then shine a lamp from the side. And basically you create shadows. Wherever you've quilted, it's a dip, it's a shadow, and you quilt by shadow. That to me is the best for the most severe, difficult to see situations. And if I was not on camera, that's what I'd be doing today. But I can't really film my quilting for you in a dim room now, can I? I was going to talk to you just a little more about Quilts of Valor in case it's an organization you're not familiar with. It was begun in the U.S., although there is now a quite robust group in Canada as well. But in the U.S., there are different chapters in different cities and regions, and volunteers do all of the quilt making. And basically, patriotic, the colors of the country quilts are made for people who have served in some branch of the military. And then the quilts are awarded. So they don't call them gifts, they call them awards, and there's usually a ceremony at which they're awarded. I learned the other day that in the U.S., over 350,000 quilts have been awarded to veterans through the Quilt of Valor organization, which is very cool. So I'm not familiar with all the steps. I know that it's all volunteers, from the purchasing to the cutting to the piecing. I just come in at the quilting portion, but then I know it goes from me. You know, you bag it up and there's a paper inside with the details of who's done all those bits, and then it goes on to the next person, which is the binder. And then I think somebody washes it, like with a color catcher, before it gets awarded, I believe. But anyway, it's a very cool organization, and so I do love to do some quilts for them. And it's a great way to practice some of your quilting designs. Now I have to decide, you guys, as here's the end of my quilt right here. So do I want to do another advance? And I think, yes, I do. I think I'm just going to go ahead and go all the way to the bottom. I think I am. How are we doing for time, Mr. Producer?
Good, about an hour.
So we're an hour in already. I just want an opportunity to quilt both some of these borders and some of the eagle for you. So maybe we'll go far enough to finish this inner border, and that will hold things quite stable, and then I'll leave this very last border at my front rail and catch up with that later. I think that's what I'll do. If I was not trying to do this on camera for you, I think I would go ahead and finish it all just so I know it's done, but that's going to take another half an hour, and I want to get some other quilting done for you too. So I'm going to base the right and left sides. I'm going to stitch in the ditch and get this inner black border totally finished. And then we'll go on to some other things. You can see right here, again, this is a little bit of my black border fullness, right? So I'm going to just pull it in. If that's not, if you don't feel comfortable doing that, this is where you could drop in some pins to make sure that you're getting that black fabric in there and it's not running away in front of you. See how that's just pulling it under the needle a little bit faster than it would go on its own, and it just takes care of it. It's a bit magical. If you're wanting to know how to deal with more excess than that, this is not very severe. I do have a couple of episodes that talk about wavy borders. I'm thinking of one that's got, I don't remember the exact title, but it's got a bee type print on it. And in that one, I went through 4 kind of varying degrees of waviness and ways to deal with it. And this is really the simplest way, is just to pull a little bit of easing underneath. But, you know, steaming with an iron can help. Starching can help. And then when I have the very, very worst ones, I actually wave on and off. Well, I put a finer stitch on, but I wave on and off the fabric, and you can really do some easing with that. Now I've got to go back and stitch that in place. There we go. So if you've got a really challenging wavy border, have a check at some of my other episodes that have dealt with that more fully. Can we see, Dave, with the overhead camera, can we see the right-hand side of the quilt? Not really. Okay. What I've got at this side, I think we do want to see it. Mr. Producer's going to move the camera a bit so I can show you guys this. It's going to wobble, but we'll at least show you this. Perfect. Perfect right there. See what I've got, this hanging, saggy backing. The reason for that is I've got quite a bit of excess backing, and my batting ends right here. So this is a full puffy, you know, roll onto my roller, but where there's no batting, it's starting to really sag. A couple ways you can deal with that. But mostly, you've got to just grab that excess and pull it. See how that pulls smooth? So you can either pin it to your leader, or what I do, because I'm taking shortcuts, I just swoop under my roller and tuck that fold right in there. Boom. So now my side clamps, I can hang on to here, and it just makes it lay a lot flatter where I'm quilting. So whenever I have that excess hanging, like next time I advance, I'll probably do that again. Just pull up that excess and stuff it in there. Works like a charm. It's going to wobble again while Mr. Producer fixes the camera. I'm going to keep stitching while he does that, okay? Where's my ruler? I keep leaving it lay. I hope I'm far enough forward. Oh, I did it. I did it. When you have the ruler plate on underneath, it gives you a little less room at the front rail because it takes up a bit more space. So I have a harder time gauging that with my eye because I'm used to working without that ruler plate. Stitching in the ditch is quite time consuming, especially when you have a lot of it on a quilt, but it is kind of magical in the way that it just gives a tailored, a polished look. So it separates the designs that are in the borders, and it makes those seams lay down beautifully flat. Here we are at the corner. Have you noticed there's no squeaking since we furniture polished the ruler? And you don't have to do it frequently. I will probably have to do it a time or two during the course of this quilt. So every once in a while. Just because I can, I'm going to show you what undoing this basting would look like. So we've got the overhead camera on. Here's my seam ripper. So here's my basting line right here. Don't know if you can see it or not. But if I'm stitching right here on this border now, so I'm going to go right inside that and go ahead and cut that basting thread and just start pulling it out. Now my bobbin thread, I haven't cut yet, right? So it still is underneath, and I want to cut that so I don't stitch it into place. So after I've undone a few stitches, I pull on this top thread till I can see the bobbin, snip it, and now I can just undo this quite easily. And if this was a big area, like you can undo just a part of it and leave your thread tails hanging and just undo as you come to it. That's the beauty of the giant stitches. And I just leave those thread tails hang. If they get really long, I trim them a little. Very casual. And I just undo that basting then as I go. I'm not sure why I always go to the left to start with my ruler work, but it just feels easier to me because it is definitely in my happy zone to be holding the ruler with my left hand. And if you are right-handed, that may be different for you. So to stitch from right to left with ruler work is a little bit backwards feeling. Oh, we got a little squeak again. I still remember the days when I was first doing custom quilting, and I would kind of tie myself up in knots over, you know, areas maybe where there wasn't an obvious stitch to stitch in, or where I was using a dark thread and my ditch was the light color, etc. And what I've learned over time is it's actually more forgiving than you'd think. If I was, for example, crossing over a really light fabric here, I would just stitch on the hillside. I would. It's not an unbreakable rule that you can't do that. You absolutely can. So the moral in that story is don't tie yourself up in knots over it. Just do what you got to do. Get rid of that little thread tail. Okay, that whole black border is done. Now, we have some choices. We've got our giant blue border that's on the top edge of the quilt, which is kind of a right-hand edge of the actual quilt, or, and this is what I think we'll do, since we've got black thread on already, I'm going to go ahead and do my ribbon candy in this inner black border and just get it done. That'll be one thing that's finished. Now you notice I have not put my magnets on this morning. I haven't been doing busy quilting that I was worried about it pulling up, but now I'm at a position where this stitching in the ditch has stabilized this whole front edge. It can't, the quilt layers can't shift anymore. So again, even though my little tail end here is still floating, I don't have to worry about magneting because that is affixed. All those layers are affixed. They're not going anywhere. So what I'm going to do now is start my ribbon candy, and I'm just going to run a complete lap around the quilt. I find that easier than starting and stopping. I'd rather do an advance or two of the quilt, an advance and rewind, than have to join up my ribbon candy and try and make it look seamless. But you know, as with so many other things, it's just a way. Let's see. Let's have some questions right now, and then we'll dive into the ribbon candy, because I don't know if I can talk while I'm doing ribbon candy. I'm just not sure about that. Gainer, when I baste along the side, along the top, and then down the side, I get bunching on the right when I quilt left to right. Okay, when I baste along the side, along the top, and then down the side, I get bunching on the right when I quilt left to right and end up unpicking the basting on the side. My answer to you, Gainer, then is go ahead and pin before you baste so that it's fixed, so that it can't shift. If that keeps happening to you, just pin it in place before you start basting. Kathleen, 393,702 quilts. Look at you looking up the numbers as of May 31 for Quilts of Valor. Thank you for this exceptional episode, just bringing in 4 more QOV patriotic fabric bolts just now. Awesome. See, that's good to know. I was just getting that off the website, so I'm sure that'll get updated shortly. Eileen, I have a totally non-regulated gamma minus. I do not even have a needle up and down button, but I'd love to use rulers. Do you have any tips? No needle up, down, and no stitch regulation seems like an obstacle to me. Do you know, I've never not had stitch regulation, but I have a friend, her name is Jill Terrio, and on Instagram, she's stitching in heels. Jill has quilted, as I can best recall, for over 30 years, and she's never had a stitch regulator. So she does ruler work. Now, I'm not sure about the needle up, down, but you might want to follow her, and you honestly might want to DM her and ask her that question and see if she's got any tips. Sweet lady, lots of quilting experience. Dave will find a link for you in a moment after he's finished firing off questions. We did this one already. Cynthia, not pertinent to Quilt of Valor, but what are you using as a scissor holder on your handlebar? I'm constantly looking for my scissors. Okay, so my Bernina has a clamp here because my handlebars are adjustable, and it has a little slot in it that's perfect for my scissors. At other times on other machines, I have used like a small magnetic bar, and I've permanently stuck it on my machine and used that for my clips. So it's whatever works, but this machine happens to have a handy location where I can just tuck my little snips. Oh, there's a funny one. Mr. Producer's chuckling. What do you say in your head when doing ribbon candy? Okay, Sue, that's just funny. You know, it is kind of a thing because ribbon candy is tricky. We'll come back to that. Karen, do you always do stitch in the ditch on the outer before you do the inside edge? No, I don't. There's no particular order. I just do whatever comes next.
That's all the questions.
Okay, ribbon candy. You're going to get to watch me doing it and, you know, see if you hear any mantras going on. Ribbon candy is one of those things that You just have to keep trying, and all of a sudden it clicks. Or at least that's how it was for me. I had trouble with it, and then all of a sudden it clicked. I'm going to just see how far close to me I can quilt. That is about the limit. And I'm going to take out a few basting stitches on this side because I don't want to do ribbon candy through the basting and then have to try and undo it later. So I'm just taking out a little bit of that basting across that black border. I'll leave it in place both before the border and after the border. And it can just hold things securely there. Okay, ribbon candy are us. I find it easiest, because I am going to have to do a splice at the beginning and end, right? I find it easiest, I want to go up as far as I can here. Easiest to start at the upper or the lower edge. So like not during the curve, if that makes sense, but at the very outer edge of my ribbon candy. I am going to do a little lock stitch to hold my thread tails because I don't want them shifting. And ribbon candy are us. We'll see how the corners go. They always come as a surprise to me too. So I'm trying to start right in the middle of a ribbon. And I'm making my ribbon candy not go quite to the edge. I don't want to overshoot it, so it's easier to just stay a few threads inside. Not too shabby. Hopefully Mr. Producer has some nice music for you, because this is going to take a couple of minutes to get around this whole border. And we just ran out of bobbin thread. So we are going to be doing a splice. Look at us. So in case you are new to these live shows, this is how I run my bobbins. I don't try and gauge how full they are. I just go till it runs out. At that point, I'm not sure if you can see, but the last few inches do not have proper tension on them because they weren't in the bobbin tension holder anymore. So I have to undo that. So that's the downside of doing it this way. But in reality, most times I need to put my splice where I want it to be anyways. So I've got to do some undoing. So this does not bother me. I'd rather not, waste the bobbin thread or have a million partial bobbins flying around. I just run them till they run out. My thread tension is still poor at this end, so I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom end. That's the easiest place for me to splice ribbon candy. You can splice yours wherever you want to. I'm trying to let you guys view it while not being in my optimal place for undoing. I have this angle of thread that I like to hold it at so that I can run my seam ripper against the stitches and pop them out. Okay, I'm going to stop there and I'm going to overlap a few stitches with my new thread when I get it loaded. So let's nip off to the side and get a new bobbin. And I do have quite a broad backing, so I have to actually undo my side clamps to get to this area. And I'm going to go ahead and put another one on to load because I see that this one, I had a couple partial ones sitting, so this one too is only about 2/3 of a bobbin. It's not going to be enough to finish. So I'm going to go ahead and get another bobbin loading too while I'm here. And I'm going to take a minute to, I don't think I need to oil. I haven't actually done that much stitching. I haven't even done a whole bobbin yet. We'll leave that be. Next bobbin we'll oil. Okay, let's go ahead and get one loading. My Bernina does have an onboard bobbin winder, which I love, and it's a separate motor, so I can just start my bobbin winding and let her run until it's done. I don't have to pay a bit of attention to it. Okay, that's happening. Back to our ribbon candy. I'm just going to stitch a little bit here on the very, very edge just to see if my tension is good. I don't always do this, but this is certainly an option. You can either put a little scrap of fabric on there, or I'm just in the seam allowance at the side. Just going to see if that's looking good. It is. That's a very small tension test. I've laid my scissors down somewhere. And I can also reach underneath and run my fingernail on it, and if it was not good on the bottom, I'd feel that too. Let's put our little clamps back in place. And back to the ribbon candy we go. So I'm overlapping, 3 stitches probably. 3 or 4. Also doing a few lock stitches to anchor both those ends all in place. Deep breath, wiggle the shoulders a little. Back we go. I'll cut the thread tails later. I'm not going to break my rhythm. If you're watching closely, you can see here that in a couple places I did catch that hillside of the black fabric. I'm just not going to worry about it. I'll let you in on a little secret for my corners. All I try to do is make it symmetrical. Seldom do 2 corners turn out exactly the same. I just try and make it the same on both sides of the corner as best I can. And that seems to be working for me. And I'll stop right in the center of that. Cut those thread tails. Now you'll remember that I've got the front edge of this quilt is still loose and floating, so I'm actually just running along and tucking it in the roll so it at least rolls up flat and doesn't get all wrinkled. Like I said, if I wasn't on air and trying to get on to some other bits for you, I would probably have chosen to go ahead and finish anchoring that all down in place, but it's not going to hurt it to be loose either. Just another example of there's more than one way to do it. For various reasons, you might choose one way over another, and that's totally fine. Pause here and undo this basting. These must be thread tails from my stitching in the ditch. Let's get rid of those. By the way, I love these little Kai snips with the tiny curved point. Super fun. You can see as I'm rolling, my whole quilt is all flat. You're seeing that visibly. Everything looks square and flat. I don't even feel like I would have to put the clamps on for this ribbon candy, but I will just to be on the safe side. I was talking to you guys about my advanced membership earlier, and one of the things that I just released in July was a little lesson on how to fix a pleat in the backing. I finished a quilt and I unloaded it, and I realized there was a little pleat about 2 inches long in the backing. So clamping does help to reduce that. So sometimes I'm tempted to cut that corner, but I'm usually glad when I didn't. In the case of my quilt with the pleat, I hadn't cut that corner either, but I just didn't have quite enough tension on the backing. So it was a little lesson on how I was able to fix that without too much trouble. I just about got my nose in the quilt for this one. It's really hard to see from a long ways away. You can perhaps see that my ribbon candy is not perfect, and I don't go back and undo them. However, I'm trying to keep a pretty consistent size, and that seems to be key. Tricks your eye into thinking it's really nice ribbon candy. That is something I feel like as free motion quilters, that's our secret weapon, is knowing what things catch your eye the most and focusing our attention on those, because we cannot do perfect quilting freehand. But if we focus on the bit of it that your eye really notices and get that as good as we can, makes all the difference. And often it's consistency of sizing. So even though every ribbon is not the precise right shape, and even though they don't all touch each other exactly like I wish they would, yet because they're a pretty consistent size and curvature, everybody thinks it's lovely ribbon candy. And here's our basting again. Oh no, these are just our stitch in the ditch tails. Out they go. But there is basting here, and we'll undo some of that again. Those 1-inch stitches are really nice and easy to undo. I love them. We'll advance while we're stopped. It must be warming up outside today. The air conditioning is running. I can hear it, but it is getting toasty in this room with all of our lights on. If any of you want a sauna, just let us know. Okay, and I see the end here where our join is going to be, so I'm going to go ahead and clip those thread tails, because I'll go right up to that join, do a couple stitches of overlap, and a lock stitch. That's how we'll finish this off. I'm slowing down a little bit and just kind of judging how many can I fit in pretty good. I'm satisfied. And you could, of course, always pause and mark 4 or 5 of them in, and then, know exactly where you're at. There's our ribbon candy, you guys. Woohoo! I think we're going to take the black thread off now. I'm just trying to decide if I want to go charcoal next or blue. Let's back up to our top border and see what we want to do next. I think we'll put the blue on because I think I'm going to do blue over these eagles as well, just to save tons and tons of thread changes, and I'll save my charcoal for the inner panel, I believe. Okay, so the border is what we're going to work on next. I think you'll find this fun. What I did in terms of planning was I went ahead and got out my plexiglass design sheets, and I can show you one in a moment. I'm just going to change thread here first. I got out my plexiglass design sheets and I just sketched out some ideas for what to put in these different borders, and then I kept those design sheets, and they're kind of laying on the floor beside me, which is not a fancy way. Sorry, I bumped the camera. It's not a fancy way, but it's a way that I can keep referring to them as I'm working my way down the quilt and remembering what those ideas were. And there are a lot of borders on this quilt, so I kind of wanted to know where my thoughts were going before I started stitching, because I want the ones, for example, that are beside each other to have some contrast, so that I just think that looks the prettiest. Where's my thread tail? Where is my bobbin thread tail? I have lost the thread tail. Okay, let's pull it out. We're working in really close quarters here. The edge of the quilt. Now we got it. And again, because my quilt is so dark, I don't know how much of this you'll be able to see, but I'm still going to show you. So here are my plexi sheets. Okay, I've shown you these before, but again, they're just simple 1/8 inch plexiglass. I've got a duct tape edging, which always faces up. It keeps me from inadvertently running my marker off the edge, and it keeps me, I always know what's up on this and what's down. My downside is always clean against my fabric. My upside with the border, always the same side faces up. So I just laid this on these borders and fiddled around a little bit. Like, how do these two look next to each other? Should I swap out that one for something different, etc. Till I was happy with what these borders looked like and made my decisions there. Now I know you can't see the quilting where you're at now, but I can. And this is enough to just twig my memory and remind me. And if I leave it laying on my solid carpet, my light colored carpet, then I can really see them and, know what's coming next. And on this one, I figured out my design for the corners for the eagle. Can you see that? A little bit. It's going to be some cool ruler work. So, in these eagles, I'll do the one, is this one? Yeah, that one's going to be the easiest one to see. So that's the one we'll work on first. Let's get our thread changed out. Come on. So I think we're done with the black thread until we get to that very outer border. And honestly, I'm probably going to leave that outer border till last. It's an easy one. I'm going to do ribbon candy as well. So I'm going to get all the tricky bits done first. This is another thing that has come to me over time and with experience. I used to spend a whole lot of brain power thinking through, when should I change colors, and should I do every little blue bit before I go and do any charcoal bit, etc., etc. Over time, I've gotten to where I realize, it only takes me 30 seconds or a minute to actually change the thread color. So I don't care. If whatever's most convenient for me quilting, that's what I'm going to do. It's not a big deal if I have to change it even a half a dozen more times. It's just not a big deal. Okay. This eagle. I am going to need my longer ruler for this, so you'll see where this comes in handy. I was talking earlier about these rulers that I adore by Quilter's Apothecary. This 8-inch one is my favorite. It fits my hand. It's a good size. I can stitch the whole length of it without sort of losing my grip. This one's a bit too long, like I can't stitch from one side to the other and hold it steady. I have to reposition my hand at some point. But when you have something as long as this block, and I'm going to be stitching a line most of the way across it, if I were to use a shorter ruler, I would have to mark that line first because I can't reach it to my point, right, to see. So then I'd have to mark that all in place so that I could reposition. So in that case, this longer ruler is totally worth it. Another tiny tip. What I'm going to do is quilt this blades, I guess you would call it, like this, right? So a lot of these quilting lines are going to converge at this inner point. And I'm going to do that in each corner so I get this kind of starburst look on the quilt as a whole. But if I make all those lines come right into this little center point, that is going to massively stretch and distort that fabric and make an odd little awkward shape there. So there's two choices that I think work well to deal with that. One is to make all your blades not quite come to the center, like just even 2 or 3 stitches of space. Or, and this is what I choose today, I'm going to make this little kind of quarter of a sunburst in the center of this block. I'm trying to decide if I want to stitch in the ditch. I'm not going to, because when I do this other border, that's going to delineate my block. So I'm just going to do this little kind of alternating arc. Oh. I thought that didn't feel quite right, and I should have listened to my instincts. That bobbin thread is not quite right. Hang on a sec. A little while back, I did a tiny YouTube episode in, there's a playlist called Knowing Your Machine. And it was kind of about this, knowing the sound that your machine makes when you take one stitch, knowing the sound of your bobbin moving around in there. And those little things can be clues. And when I thought to myself, that thread doesn't feel quite right, I should have just reloaded my bobbin, because in fact, something was not quite right. Okay, let's try this again. And it still is not quite right. I can just feel when it turns, it's not grabbing quite right. So we will not keep going against it. We're going to rethread it again. And if it still persists, then I'll rethread the top. Amazingly, sometimes the top being threaded incorrectly can affect how the bobbin plays out. But I have learned to not ignore that, even though it was still stitching. Don't ignore it, because you're going to end up with a rat's nest on the back. It's not worth it. Figure it out before you go on. Let's see how this sounds. By the way, have we got a close-up camera on?
Sort of.
Can we for a minute? I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but we're going to try.
Let me do the head camera. That'd be better.
Yeah, I think it would be. Can you see right here? Look at my dirty finger from the bobbin. There's a little white thread right there. Can you see that? That is the little runs we were talking of with the digitally printed fabrics, because the ink is only on this side of the fabric and the back side of it is light. So this is small, it's indistinct, it's not going to be a big issue, but I definitely beg to differ with the lady who says it's not a problem, because it is. And it was still catching, so this time we're going to rethread the top. And all I'm basing that on is literally the feel. I know what that should feel like and sound like when I pull one stitch, when I pull that bobbin thread up. It should be smooth, it should be almost soundless, and I know it's not feeling quite right. So I'm going to figure it out before I go on. So I'm rethreading my top thread this time. I don't know where I got the big smudge on my finger. A working woman. That all seems good. Try it one more time. Beautiful. So I don't know what it was. I really don't, but that fixed it. So again, I'm just going to bob back and forth a couple times in sort of concentric arcs and make this sort of sunrise shape in the middle. A few lock stitches, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I'm just going to use that now as a base for the sort of starburst of blades. I have not marked them. I kind of gauged on my plexiglass sheet how many I wanted to put in. It's not precise enough that it has to be marked. It honestly isn't. But now that I've got that little sunburst shape, you'll see when I stitch toward the center, my lines will not all end up at the same point because I've got that distance from the point of my block, and that will avoid that awkward stretching out of shape that you get when you have a whole bunch of lines converging in a very small area. Now, one thing I want to do, yep, you can see the big picture. The corner of my block, I'm still using that to line up my ruler because I want it to look as though the lines are heading straight toward the center. I don't want them to start getting twisted and veering to one side or the other. So I'm still using my ruler at a 1/4 inch off, right? As though my stitching line were heading right toward that point. I'm just going to stop before I hit the point. I'm going to stop at my little arc. Like so. And launch into my next one. You can see how this ruler is quite big and a little bit unwieldy, but is still just the right fit for this block. I just have to stop and reposition my hand. It's just too long to hold that whole thing stable. If you've got a bigger hand, maybe you could. But for me, I have to stop and reposition partway along it. I don't even have to move the ruler, but I have to move my hands. I'm just stopping about a 1/4 inch inside the perimeter of this block. Aiming toward that center point again. This is the longest one. Can you see how all my points look like they're aiming toward the very center? That is important because it starts to look very awkward if they sort of spiral out from it instead of your stitching line aiming toward that point. And as with so many other things, if you're not comfortable just winging this, then go ahead and drop some marking lines in to establish, you know, how many blades you're going to put in and where they're going to end and that sort of thing. Now my camera's in the way. Let's see. I have to put my ruler underneath like this. The Bernina feature that I love is that I can move the handlebars in myriad ways. So for filming purposes, we have a camera attached to my left handlebar, so I can't shift it. But if it weren't for that, then I would literally be just swinging that handlebar way up out of my way so that I have all the room in the world for my arm or my hand and my ruler. The things I do for you guys. And love every minute of it. By the way, can you even tell where my seam is? This navy blue here, this is the seam that I'm trying to stay a 1/4 inch away from. I had to stop and think for a second too. It's busy prints and hard to see. As they get shorter, it gets easier to handle the ruler. One, two, three, 4 blades. 1, 2, 3. One more after this one. Can you see how that little starburst in the center is just helping those lines to not all converge at the very, very, very same point? again, really contributes to a flatter looking quilt when it's all said and done. Okay, so now you've seen one of those. That's cool. And like I said, I'm going to make these all radiate out from the center of the quilt toward the outside edge, so each one will have a slightly different angle, and it will give that kind of starburst effect. And I will pan over this so you can see it a little bit. So here's my little corner in the center. I mean, you could make that be anything that you wanted it to be. It could be a single circle. You could do it bigger and do something fancy with bubbles. I just did a very simple back and forth arc and then launched into my starburst of blades. So there's that. All right, we've still got our navy thread on. I decided for this border here, this is, oh, long thread. This is all one piece of fabric. There's a seam here and a seam here along this royal blue edge. But it happens to have conveniently a printed marking line right down the middle. And this is quite a wide border. It's 4 or 4.5 inches. 4.5. Difficult to do something that's 4.5 inches wide. And I already know in the blue, the royal blue, I've decided to do kind of a piano key, just lines. So I wanted to do something that's not lines, that's curvy. I thought, for example, about doing, you know, just kind of X's across it, but then I would have wanted to do something curvy in the blue. Does that make sense? So that was kind of my thought process as I'm weighing what goes next to each other and what do I put in these borders. What I'm going to do in this one, you're going to see, is something that lends itself to quilting on one side and then quilting on the other side, and I'm using that marked line right down the center of it. So I don't have to do any marking, but it just sets itself up for this design I'm going to quilt. Now this is a pattern that it's in one of Sue Hines's books. I think it's called Elemental, and you've maybe seen me quilt it before. I've used it on quilts a number of times, and I absolutely love the way it looks. This is a busy print, so it's going to be hard to see, but I use it often for borders because it acts like an ornate frame for things. So here we go. I'm going to quilt half of it at a time. So this is the first half. And I know you can't see a thing in this busy print. I think on the red and white you'll be able to see it a little bit better. And two, because there are a lot of borders in this quilt, and I don't want to spend 40 hours on this quilt, you know, that was part of my consideration too. Designs that are large-ish in scale and not too terribly time-consuming to quilt. So the blades I did in that corner block qualified. This qualifies. The ribbon candy is probably the fussiest thing I'm putting on this whole quilt, and there's not a lot of it, so. So I'm making a mental note to myself. When I quilt the other side of this border, I'm going to be attempting to make a mirror image of what I'm quilting now. So I want these swirl motifs to line up, mirrored to the ones I did first. So a smart girl would have done the easier to see side first so that I could see it when I'm trying to mirror. So in all my succeeding 3 borders that are left, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quilt the portion that's on the red and white first so that I can see that a little better when I go to mirror. And you saw I did not mark the placement of them at all. I just eyeballed fitting, you know, the proper amount in at the end here. And I stretched out my last 2 to be a little longer. No one's going to know that looking at it except me. So it's quilted as a mirror image. So I go back and start at the exact same point I started the first one. Now on my super difficult to see navy blue, I try and quilt the mirror image of that. Here we go. And now you'll be able to see a little bit of what I'm quilting. Sue Hines is a great designer. She's published 5 or 6 books with some very original quilting designs, but I would say borders are one of her strengths. And this is one of my favorites. I've used it many times. So if you want to look her up, SueHines.com. Hines is spelled exactly like the ketchup. Tell Sue I sent you. If you are just tuning in to live, this is a live and unscripted episode. I'm quilting in real time and initially airing it live. If you're enjoying this, if you like this process of seeing my work without editing, without frills, then please do give it a thumbs up. Click that subscribe button and share with your friends. If you want to know when future live episodes are coming, be sure to sign up for my newsletter when I give advance notification and a photograph of the upcoming project and some of the topics that I'm covering. They're always different because I'm usually working on a client quilt. So it's not a lesson per se. And sometimes it's difficult to see, as it is today, to see the actual quilting. So this is more about the big picture. How I'm planning it out, how I'm moving around the quilt, how I'm stabilizing it, etc. It's not about teaching you the quilting design so much as just letting you see projects at work in my studio. Okay, that portion is done. Do we have any questions, Mr. Producer? Shall we stop a moment? Okay. We have lots. I need water. It is getting so warm in here. All right. Jan, do you have any tricks winding a bobbin on the Q24? Sometimes my thread doesn't catch and it's a mess and then I wind up wasting thread. I do have some tricks, Jan. I'm trying to get a bobbin winding episode pulled together, but I think I can tell you one of them here. So you maybe saw me when I was loading up my bobbin that I wind my poly thread, particularly because it's a bit more slippery, twice around the initial tension disc, and then I wrap it about 7 or 8 or 10 times around my bobbin. And then my thread coming into the bobbin and wound around it, I put my tail in behind that once. And it like makes an X, a crossover of threads, and then proceed into the cutter. Does that make sense? So those two little things, the double tension and the crossover of the tail of thread seems to help. And Donna, what is the widest border you would do ribbon candy? Oh, for me, 3 inches is pushing it. However, there are ribbon candy variations where you add a bubble inside or you add an echo around the outside. Those might be more suitable for wider ones, but just a plain old ribbon candy, like even in a 3-inch border, you're going to get quite big bubbles. That's going to get tricky to keep that consistent. Yeah. Michelle, when you are planning to turn a quilt on the frame, do you square the non-selvage edge that you will need to mount after turning? How do you assure a square load in both directions? Yes, I would. At least that front edge that will be facing me that I'm loading up first needs to be either the backing squared off or I put my red snapper on close to my quilt, which is already basted and sewn there, right? So I do have that quilt straight edge to judge by. So that should help you. Betty, I don't know how you're able to see black threads on black fabrics. Well, it is tricky, Betty. You may have noticed I've got my nose right in the quilt a little bit today. But I did mention one of my tips for struggling with lighting like that is, try more lighting, try black lighting, but also if it's really bad, try turning off all the lights, all the room lights, close the blinds, and just shine a lamp from the side. And that has always worked for me, even in the hardest situations. And I'm sorry I missed that one, Mr. Producer. And I like the personal handmade touch of FMQ versus computerized quilting, as do many of us. Those that love freehand quilting tend to love it for that reason, that handmade look. Yeah, there's places for both. I do both. I get it. Judy, can you post a picture of this quilt when it's all done? Or better still, will you be recording the actual quilting of the rest of the quilt so we can watch it later? I probably won't be, Judy. I won't say not, for sure. Right. I will definitely post pictures. Mr. Producer's talking to me on the side. I will definitely post pictures, and I post on Instagram and Facebook, so that's where you would see them. And there's usually one finished one in the little thumbnail, but I know that doesn't show a lot on YouTube. It's not a great place to post photographs on YouTube. It's just that way. Carol, I'm fairly new to long arming, and when I find I have a death grip, I have to tell myself teacups and pinkies. I like that. I like that a lot. Someone once told me that you should be able to open and close either of your hands on the handlebars at any given moment. So that's been my judge. When I feel myself gripping, I'm just like relax enough that I literally could lift my fingers off the handlebars. That works for me. So yeah, good point. And how many inches is your longer ruler? It is 14. This one is 14 inches. Do you test stitch between bobbin changes? Often yes, but definitely not always. I've talked about this one before, and this is just a personal thing, right? I have done so much stitching, I'm pretty attuned to what it looks like. I can pretty much tell by the look of the stitches on the top, or at least with the feel of my fingernail underneath, if it's off. And so that has proved to be a pretty good test for me. Earlier on in my quilting, I did more testing of bobbins, like toa gauge testing before I loaded it, and then some stitching on the edge of my quilt. I would keep strips of leftover backing, tiny trimmings, and just put one along the side of my quilt. So every time I started a new bobbin, I could do a few loops and squares to make sure it was stitching cleanly. So you certainly can. I've kind of gotten beyond where I have to do that, so you don't see me doing it often. So that's where I'm at. Dedra, my husband just came in from Lowe's with my audition plexiglass. I missed what you said about knowing the top from the bottom. Can you repeat it? Absolutely. All it is some duct tape. So I just have plain old gray, but there's pretty ones out there too, around the border, just on one side of the plexi, so not folded around it, right? And so you can feel that. It keeps your marker from running off the edge, and it helps you to know this border is always up. Yeah. Okay, apparently there's a few questions coming. Here we go, that work together. Diane, I wonder if the white line is long in a dark fabric, if you could use a matching color Pigma pen to color over it. Okay. And Jennifer, fray check on stuff. It's not noticeable and helps keep it from fraying. Fair enough. Diane, you can do that, and where that white snag was, put it right on. It stays soft and you won't notice it. Good point. Good point. So if you had visible white snag looking lines, you literally could color them with a Pigma pen, a textile permanent pen. Absolutely you could. So, I don't know, Mr. Producer put that fraying one in there with the conversation, but I think fraying is a different thing. That's like on the edges of my backing where the edges are frayed. There's like a little fringe on the edge of it. And fray check would stop that from happening. I didn't have any control over that because the backing came to me like that. If it was my backing, I would have just trimmed another bit off and just trimmed, that frayed edge off. But it doesn't matter. It's working. That was a long, detailed explanation. Okay. Let's keep going. What shall we do next? Because I'm trying to do different things for you, I'm going to go ahead and do some of the piano key type in the blue border. And then we'll see how we're doing for time at that point, because that might be about it for this morning. At that point, I haven't done any eagle yet. Never mind me. We'll do that yet too. Let's do some piano key, and then we'll move into the eagle. Pardon me? So, in this piano key border, this is just my thoughts at work, right? I've stitched in the ditch that is between the black and blue, so that's clearly delineated. This little border treatment that I just did, every second swirl has a kind of straight edge on it, so I'm calling that good enough for delineating the edges of this red printed border, and I'm just going to go ahead and put my piano keys in the royal blue. You could decide that you want to also stitch in that ditch. That's entirely up to you. But ditch stitching is fairly time consuming, and so you kind of have to judge that a little bit. And it's only you can decide how much time you want to put into it. I am, however, going to take this opportunity now when I'm working on this printed border to stitch the edge of my eagle block, because I do want that to be delineated. And I'm going to go ahead and stitch down into that one I already did and back up. And then I'm going to proceed into my piano keys. Now I'm keeping them pretty simple. They're going to be about 1 inch wide, so I'm not going to do tons and tons and tons of detailed stitching here. And I'm just using the marking on my ruler to tell me how far to go for that. So I'm scooching my ruler over right here till it's at the 3/4 mark, because I'm stitching 1/4 inch away from that. And now my piano keys are about 1 inch. And I'll move my hand so you can have a look at what I'm doing. There you go. I do love piano keys. I think they really add a framed effect too. I love them on the outermost border of a quilt as well, because they just do add a frame. So that certainly would have been an option, is to put that in the outer black border. But I decided I liked it in the blue. It shows up fairly well in the blue, as opposed to doing it in the red, white, and blue one here. I did think about that briefly, but I thought, gosh, that's not even going to show. And really what I did is not showing either, but it was quicker. So, again, just emphasizing that there's not one right design for these borders. There's not one direction you have to go. The only thing that I really thought through was I want the ones that are next to each other to contrast with each other. But I could have done any number of border choices. Again, if you're enjoying this, do give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel for future episodes, and share with friends. And we talked a little bit today about our cruise very early on, and if you missed that, you can always rewind to it, or there are several freestanding cruise episodes. That is upcoming in January of 2025. It's in the Caribbean. So if you're like me and live in a climate that definitely has winter in January, that's going to be really, really appealing. So I have 2 fellow teachers coming with me, Beth Ann Nemish and Sam Alberts, both of whom are excellent quilters and very experienced entrepreneurs. So we are compiling for you some, what's the word I want? Class topics that tie well together. So the 3 of us are quite different quilters, but we want you to be able to come and attend all of the classes and then come away with this really rich and varied experience. And in addition, we've got a little more casual and kind of a la carte business breakouts, so you can pick and choose among the ones that interest you. But they have to do with things like communicating with clients, videoing, and photography. I'm going to be doing one on photographing with quilts. There are some really simple tips. In half an hour, I can help you make your photographs look so much better. We're going to have a videographer on board with us as well, so if you're interested, there's some classes on that. Sam's going to be talking about building a video library. She's a great one for planning ahead with her content, so if you're thinking about building a business and that's something that makes you a little nervous, Sam's got a lot of information about that, how to not drive yourself crazy and to keep track of your content. So I'm just going to go ahead and continue down and do the other side of this one. And this time, you guys, horror of horrors, because I do have my ruler in my left hand, I am eyeballing the 1 inch. I could, of course, take the time to mark it, but I'm not going to. I think I'm pretty good at eyeballing them. They'll be pretty consistent. Then after this, we will roll forward to that center panel, put our charcoal thread on, and do some free motion quilting in that eagle. Quilts of Valor used to kind of give me the palpitations because so many of them do have this type of panel in the center, and it's almost always a big ol' eagle, and then there's these spaces, and what do you do in the spaces that are behind the eagle? So I don't know that I have a magic answer for you, but I'll share with you some of the things that I've come up with over the years, and you'll get to see what I'm going to do today. And I'm going to start by kind of outlining the eagle and making that the focal point. And then as I go, I'll decide how much more detail do I want to add, how much more quilting, how long is this taking. All of that plays into the decisions. Also, in case you're just tuning in, what I'm working on is a Quilt of Valor, which initially was an American organization and is now in Canada as well, whereby quilts are made by volunteers. They're high quality handmade quilts, and at every stage the work is done by volunteers, including this one. I am contributing my time and thread for this quilt, and then these quilts are awarded to veterans, some branch of the military service. And it's just really, really special. Someone that's viewing, and she had emailed me earlier too. She's a Quilt of Valor chapter head, and so she knows the details. And I said over 350,000 quilts have been awarded, but she gave the number, was it 370 or 390, Dave? Anyway, a very, very big number. A lot of quilts have been awarded, and it's just an honor to work on these. So if you're looking for a place to contribute some quilting, look into, especially if you're in America, look into Quilts of Valor, and perhaps if you're elsewhere in the world, in Europe or Australia or New Zealand, perhaps there are organizations in your area that do something similar. Every so often I've gotten an opportunity to be at an awards ceremony as well. So there is always a ceremony when these are presented to the recipient, and some of their records are read and their accomplishments, and everyone celebrates them, and it's just really, really meaningful. We have an annual quilt show in Spokane in October, and almost always there is an awards ceremony happening at some point during that quilt show. So that's when I get the best opportunity to attend one. Get to shake someone's hand for reals. So it's great. All right, that border is complete. Doesn't that look just spectacular on camera? You probably can't see a thing, but trust me, it does look very nice. Okay, let's move some of our rulers out of the way. Mr. Producer's offering to run an overhead camera, but honestly, I don't think that you guys can see it. When we have our bright lights on, like it's almost reflective when we bring a camera to it, but I will capture some photos, and then I can manipulate my lighting a little bit and my angle of it so that you can actually see the quilting. I promise I will post photos. But for now, we are going to forward into that eagle in the middle, and watch while I roll it forward how nice and square everything still is, just because of that basting and stabilizing of the borders that we did early on. So here you're seeing the first basting line roll around, and there's a bit of a ripple of fabric there, and that's okay because the basting line is holding its ground. That's exactly what we needed it to do. I do believe I'm going to add some straight line framing on this kind of amber colored part as well. So I'll probably do that first, because if I go and quilt my eagle now and it pulls in some of this fabric, it's going to be hard to get really lovely straight lines on there. So easier to do those straight lines first. So let's get our charcoal thread on. We're done with blue for the moment. And I think for my charcoal, I'm going to go ahead and put a black bobbin on. I don't have a charcoal one wound, and they're so, so close. The charcoal is just a little less stark than the black. It's like using an eggshell instead of a white. But they're very close. Do you know, I probably should be adding a drippy drop of oil. Let me do that right now, because I have done a fair bit of quilting now. Hang on a sec, all my thread spools are in the way. Okay. I put black on. I've got charcoal on the top. Oh, I don't have charcoal on the top yet. That's what I got to do. I'll show you the difference. On this camera, yeah. Here's my charcoal and black. And you can see there's... Which main camera? This main camera? I don't know if it will show there. It does a little bit. Can you see? They're not very different, but a little. It's just a little less harsh to have this charcoal. So that's what I'm going to do for all that eagle and center portion. One of you asked earlier about the whiter areas of the eagle, like his bald head, and I have not decided on that yet. When I get closer to it and start stitching around its perimeter, then I'll start deciding if I need to change that to a lighter thread. I didn't get that in there quite right the first try, so let's try that again. Come on now. There we go. All right. I'm hoping I can do all of this with two, like do half of it and then the other half. Does that make sense? To not have to advance too many times around this border. So I'm going to roll it forward as far as I can. Yeah, I don't think that will be a problem at all. Okay, my shorter ruler, my mystical ditcher. And again, in case you've missed it, Quilter's Apothecary rulers is what I'm using today. There is a link to Jamie Wallen, Quilter's Apothecary's website, and for the straight rulers, use the code SBS10 for 10% off any of these rulers in Jamie's shop. Very kind of Jamie, and these are great rulers. Just a really good foundational ruler. So I am now just buzzing around the perimeter of this amber border. And there's no seam here, so this is easy stitching. There's no ditch to be keeping in. I'm just trying to keep next to the printed line. I think, since I'm going to do some more stitching along here anyway, I think I'll just go ahead and do it now. And I'm looking at the width of that border as it is now. It is 2 inches wide. I feel like that's a little too wide to leave with no more stitching additionally. So I am going to run one more line somewhere through the middle of it. And I had got my brown thread prepped in case I thought I wanted to change that thread color, but I actually think this charcoal is looking quite nice. So I'm going to stick with it. I'm just going to go on one side of this little herringbone type design. And we'll leave it at that. Pretty simple. Now here we come to some of our basting threads, and I've already started undoing it, so I'm just going to undo a little more while still leaving the center of this eagle is still held with that basting. Just undoing enough to get to my border. Now here's where I have to decide. I can either, you guys, buzz my quilt back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, or I can put a little seam across here, and that's what I'm going to choose to do. Is it the right decision? You decide. But I did it right at the center. There's a crease mark there, so I can tell where it is, and I'll do it right at the center on the other end as well. I just decided that for the sake of ease. Our ruler's getting squeaky. Let's find our furniture polish cloth. Whoops. Drop the ruler. And now we will advance the quilt. I talked earlier about, I can recall in years past just second guessing myself to death over whether or not to put those few stitches across the border. And now I've learned, just come down on one side or the other. Just make a decision and do it. It'll be okay. Some of that came to me over time by watching what other quilters were posting in their photographs, and I would often see, a line of stitching as they moved from one area to another, and I thought, look at that. It is okay to do that. So I do too. So thinking of this panel as a whole, basically my mode of approaching it is to divide and conquer. So even by quilting this inner border, I'm within the panel now, quilting a border, and it's just a way to divide up the space a little bit and conquer it. So I don't have to decide right at the outset about, every square inch of it. Hang on a sec while I'm talking. I want to get to the inside of this border too, so let's go to that line. So I don't have to decide right at the outset exactly what I'm going to quilt or exactly where I'm going to quilt it. I just have to make some decisions, and gradually the panel gets done. When I get to the eagle, then I'll decide how much detail of quilting I want to put in him. And after I get the eagle filled in, then I'll make some decisions about the background. Sort of based on, is that quilting laying flat? Are there still parts that look super poofy and that might influence me to put some more quilting in it? Those sorts of things. So it's just a bit of a process, and I'm kind of freestyling it as I go. Let's go up and finish this one. This is actually working fairly well. If we can get around this whole border with just one advance and rewind, I'm happy with that. We've done this inner one, we've done both of these, so now it's up the middle. Straight shot up the middle. Oh, didn't have the clamps on the other end. Don't have to worry about those. You can see every time I go backwards and forwards, everything is still looking square. The edges of these the panel area and the border areas are still looking like straight lines. So I know, I'm confident I did enough basting, I did enough stabilizing. It's all holding in place. And there we are, we've joined up. That's it. Okay, what shall we do next? Some of the challenge in this quilt arises, this border, for example. The borders are different in different areas, so top and bottom is different from side to side, for example. So you can see I've got my royal blue, my black, and my royal blue again. Straightforward, I'm going to do piano keys in both the blues, ribbon candy in the black. But this border, see how it stars all around here, and then it's wider, and then it becomes these stripes, and then it's narrower, but red, and continues around like that, changing. So I've already thought that one through, and I'm actually going to do something, and maybe we should just do it now. I'm going to do a very free motion kind of stars that are loosely connected. Maybe we will do that one. Can I get all the way up to the top? I'm just going to back up about a ½ an inch so I can quilt all the way across the top, because this will be a quick one. And you can see what I mean. And I decided this just because I can easily change how wide or how narrow it is without it massively changing the look of it, if that makes sense. So for example, the framed border that I did in here that was 2 mirrored sizes, it's going to look very different if I did it on a skinny part versus a wide part, right? So I wanted to pick something that doesn't look particularly different. Piano keys would have worked too, but we've already used those. So let's try this. I'm just going to start in my black stitching that was at the edge to make an unobtrusive beginning and ending. And I'm literally going to quilt casual 5-pointed stars like you did in grade school and connect them with a wavy line. So I did practice this on my plexi sheet to make sure I was comfortable with how it was going before I started. So I'm going to kind of alternate what side I start the stars on so that my wavy line kind of goes above and below. Uber casual. Stars kind of lean in different directions. I'm totally okay with that. And what started this idea was this starry print. I thought, how can I do stars in there? Stars absolutely suits the theme of this quilt. So that felt like a no-brainer. Oh yeah, got it. Had to pause for a sec and think, where do I go next on my 5-pointed star? And fast forward our quilt. How are we doing for time, Mr. Producer? Maybe I should ask you guys viewing. How are you feeling for time? We're at 2 hours and 40. Okay, I promise after this we're going to get to the eagle. And at that point then we've done a little bit of everything, I believe. I don't know that I can get all the way around this. I cannot without doing another small advance. And that's okay, we can do that. I'm just going to quilt 1 or 2 stars and then advance it a little more before I put all the clamps on. Like so. Just need a couple more inches here. Should do it. You can start to see here this bubbly bottom, because remember, this bottom is actually not attached yet. However, I'm confident my basting is at the edge. I've got this whole line along here stabilized and my basting again, so it's not shifting out of place. It'll be okay. Pinky swear. Right into a star. By quilting this fairly loosely quilted border, I'm also setting myself up for not having to do super dense quilting on my eagle and its backgrounds as well. I already know that. I don't want to quilt all around the eagle and then be left with quilting something teeny tiny like all over bubbles or a fine texture behind that eagle. That's just too time consuming, too much thread buildup. And so keeping my overall goals in mind helps me decide, oh yes, this fairly loose border is just the ticket. I don't get terribly hung up on keeping the density the same throughout the quilt. There's quite a bit of room for variation. Nevertheless, knowing in general what I want the feel to be helps me to make decisions about what I put in different areas. Let's pause and fast forward. Oh, other direction. Rewind, that's what we're doing. Again, if I just complete a couple of them and then go and do my proper anchoring. Oh, do you know what? I'm almost back at my beginning, you guys. Not a problem. Let's just put a clamp on this side then. Now I'm just going to take a look. Do I want to fit 1 more star in or 2 more stars in? I want to fit one more in just because of the direction my wave is heading. And I just went back to the same place where I started. You know, is it a perfect matchup? No, it's not. But is this red and black fabric really excellent at hiding, you know, the fact that my wave doesn't perfectly align? You bet it is. I'm happy with that. I like that a lot. All right, now we are going to work on the eagle. I'm going to start with his wing for this reason only. It's kind of in the center of this panel. And again, I've got my basting stitches. I've got a few right here. Nope, that's just a stray thread. There's a few right below my rail, and I've got a line right up here. I've got stitching on both these sides this close, but that still is a fair bit of fabric that's not firmly anchored. So I'm going to pick something that's kind of in the middle, and I pick his wing, and I'm going to get stitched around that and get that anchored. And I'm kind of using this divide and conquer, right? Instead of starting at one corner and working my way across where I'm apt to get problems with shifting, I'll take my whole space and I'll divide it in half. And then I'll do something in half again. Does that make sense? And that keeps everything quite nice and stable and flat. So let's start in the middle. Mr. Producer's asking a question. Okay. So apparently lots of you are chiming in. Keep going. Mr. Producer says we'll stay an extra minute for every like, subscribe, or share. Just saying. No, we'll keep going for a little while. Let me just get a bit more water. I'm very, very warm. I may need a refill on my jug. Dave, if I could make sure that I can reach. Just thinking to myself here. I'm actually going to take a second and take my ruler plate off. Here's why. This is the size of it under here, okay? And my actual foot for my machine is only about this big, giving me several inches more of clearance as I'm moving around doing this freehand stuff. It takes a few seconds to take the ruler plate off, which is why I stopped and thought for a minute. But in this case, I think it's worth it. I'm just going to focus on this panel now until it's done. And I really want that extra space to be able to move around and not have to back and forth my quilt quite as often. So I'm just going to scooch all the way over to the edge. Ruler plates work different on different brands, but mine just snaps off. See, here's the whole plate, right? That was the amount of space I was losing bumping against the front, whereas now I'm just going to have this much space, so I can go quite a bit closer, both front and back. So that's going to be helpful in this free motion area. All right, back to our eagle wing. I'm going to leave the basting in there till I get right to it. So this is just, not to be too punny, I'm just quilting on a wing and a prayer. I'm just starting, and I'm just going to freehand in the areas where I think it looks good. And I'll just keep adding more levels and more texture until I think it's got enough. So around the wing we go. We're at the basting stitches, so we're going to pause for a sec. I was hoping I could pull the whole thread out. Nope, not quite. Because I have undone some on both ends now, right? So I was hoping it would just slip right through. Not quite, but it's not very difficult. Important though that you also find the bobbin thread and pull it up too. You don't want that hanging around on the bottom of your quilt and getting stitched in 50,000 times. Ask me how I know. Get our thread tails off of there, so now we're free to just stitch. So now we're pretty fully anchored. What do we want to do next? We're just going to go and start adding some detail within that wing until we're satisfied there's enough quilting. I'm not going to do all these layers of feathers. I think that's too much, too tight. So for now, I'll try about every second or third layer. That seems about right. So again, I'm just using my own judgment here, but based on how much or how little I've done in the borders, right? That's influencing how much or how little I'm doing here to keep the quilting, you know, in a similar feel of spacing. I don't know that it measures quite the same, but a similar feel. Not too tight, not too fussy. And this is super forgiving, so if you need to overstitch or go back over things, you absolutely can. I am going to capture each of these long stripes. Do I want to be on both sides of the red? I feel like I do. I feel like that's too wide as I left that first one. So up one side, down the other. I'm just going to travel again and add in this red line, which I didn't catch before. And again, I'll travel in my previous stitching more or less and catch this line. And there's that wing. I feel like that's great. I'm kind of halfway trying to think this through, you know, in terms of my thread path and where I'll go next, but it's impossible to fully think that through. So I'm just proceeding and winging it. And if I need to come back to certain areas later, I absolutely will. But I'm not going to tie myself in knots, you know, trying to overthink it. I'm just not. I think I can get one of his claws in. I don't know if I can reach all the way down to the second one. So let's go ahead and do the one. And this black area of the background, I will have to make some decisions on that eventually in terms of what kind of detail I put in there. I can't leave it as open as it is now, I don't feel like. So I've thought about, one of my ideas has been to go and just drop a few individual stars in there, starting and stopping for each one. That is certainly a possibility. If I want to avoid stopping and starting, then I'll try and think of a texture that I can lay in there that's not too terribly complicated. But I don't really have an answer on that yet, so. Close to my earlier stitching right here, so I'm going to backtrack there. You see now what I meant by a wing and a prayer. Like I really, really, really am just winging this. I've done this before on a few quilts, and I think it's effective when it's all said and done. When you release the quilt off the long arm, you really see that the texture of the eagle, it's kind of in relief, you know? And so that seems to work well. So this is the area I was referring to when I said, I don't think I'm going to be able to leave that unquilted because that puffy area will rise up and catch your eye. I'm going to have to put something else in there. But there are a couple of stars, so that is certainly an option, just to go in there and literally outline those stars, as opposed to trying to fit a texture into all the corners and behind this swirl and that sort of thing. So I'm going to go ahead though and add all the eagle detail before I make that decision. It's kind of like adding layers, I guess. I get one layer in there and complete and stand back and have a look at it. Sometimes take a break, sometimes wait overnight, see how it strikes you in the morning, that sort of thing. I'm happy with the charcoal thread. It's playing quite nicely with all the different colors I'm quilting with here. This is going to make a cool relief look, I think. Add a few bits of detail in it, like that, and here. Oh, I quite like that. Now, what shall we do in this underside of his wing? I think we'll go ahead and just outline some of those feathers. Make it like a little scallop. Some places I can't even see them, I'm just making them up. Like along here, you can't even see the scallops, but we'll just put some in there. That sounds like Bob Ross. We'll just put some in there, anywhere. And we're gonna break thread right here, so I'm just doing a few lock stitches. Set my scissors down. I'm okay. We're just deciding, you guys, whether we should keep going or take a break and then keep going. Mr. Producer has an idea. Tell me your idea. Eagle's wing. Alrighty, we've got eagle's wing. Up here again, you guys, see how these stars are even more distinct than the ones that were at the bottom. And I think that's not a bad idea, actually, just to outline each of these stars. I feel like that's easier than doing a swirl. And like, how would I choose then? Would I have to change the blue thread? And then that would look awkward going over the yellow, etc., etc. So let's give it a try on one star and sort of see what we think. So I've got my charcoal thread on still. And I'm just going to freehand it. Like, you certainly could bring a ruler into play here, but I'm just going to freehand around this little star. Mostly I'll keep my stitching in the dark part. I think that's a great idea. What do you guys think? To just outline those stars and call it good. And it is going to mean, I don't know, 15 or 20 probably thread breaks like that, but those are not that severe in my opinion. I think that's easier than trying to put a fill that you tuck behind things and between things. And I'll show you an even faster way actually to move around with thread breaks. Let's get that tail off. And I'll show you what I'm thinking here. And that is, go ahead and anchor the stitches, but not cut the thread. The critical thing about doing this is you've got to be sure that you don't go over your thread tails, top or bottom. But you'll see how it's going to work for this one. So you just have to pay attention to what side you're starting and stopping on. Beautiful. And if I go at this point, I'll be able to start and stop without quilting over my tail. And then afterwards, of course, you'll have to trim them on the top, and you'll also have to trim those joiner tails on the bottom. But still, it saves quite a bit of time. And I'm just anchoring a few tight stitches over that earlier line of stitching. So I start here without any particular lock stitching. And then I end here and I overlap some stitches and do some lock stitching. So that anchors the whole shebang. And I can trim these from on top, obviously, because I can see them, but you will have to trim them from the back side after the quilt is unloaded. And like I said, the key thing to remember is you do not want to be stitching area in between, because you would be catching those on the bottom, right? So there's only certain applications in which that works, but in this case it does. I think that looks great, those little stars in there, and then we'll just leave the navy blue as is. Nowhere is there really more than 2 inches. And a little bit more there, but not too bad. And I think that will be fine. Just fine. Okay, on to the eagle. So we're going to stitch around the perimeter of his head, and then we'll decide if we've got to change thread color for the interior of his head feathers. And I think the answer is yes. I had a little wobble up there with my dark thread, and so I am going to come back with a paler thread to do the inside of his head. So that is something I'll just decide now and leave till last. I'll go ahead and finish all the rest of the eagle in the charcoal. And then I'll change to, it won't be white, but you know, possibly a light taupe thread that just won't look as dark. I feel like it would really detract from his head feathers if I did something too dark in them. And right here, I'm just going to tuck this star in while I'm here, since I can. Likewise, this one. And this one. What do we want to do next? We're going to go under the bottom of his feathers. There are very few distinct lines here. I am just interpreting the feathers of my eagle. Go ahead around his claws while we're here. Again, my advice is don't get too terribly hung up on trying to make this anatomically correct, because all we're trying to do with the quilting is just add a little bit of texture. So does my quilting in fact look like eagle's claws? I'm sure not. But it adds that little bit of lift and texture and shape that I want. I'm really of two minds. I'm just standing here looking at, I'm sure there's a name for his head feathers, and I don't know what it is. I still do think the charcoal's too dark. I'm kind of half second guessing myself. Do I really need to change thread to do that? Yes, I think I do. I'm just adding a few lines in here because I thought this area was too big. And again, I have no real lines to follow, but I'm just trying to maintain the curvature that I do see hinted at in the lines that are here. And call that good. I'm using my judgment of how close things are spaced across this quilt as a whole to determine, yep, where do I need to add more or where have I got enough? All right, let's look at this little intricate area here. What do we want to do there? I think we'll start by quilting this diamond and maybe the star that's inside it. That seems like a significant feature. I'm just going to do the star while I'm here. And from there, I'm just going to add a little bit of embellishment along these lines. Again, using my overall judgment of how close the quilting should be to inform how many of these lines I put in, because obviously I'm not going to do them all. There's far too many. So the ones that I think will establish the nicest shape. One up in there. That looks pretty good. Now I realize that I've not quilted what's up in this little corner up there. So my choices are, you know, rewind and forward a little bit more or come back and do it later. I'm going to go ahead and rewind a little bit since I am right there. I've just stopped with needle down. I'll just finish off that corner and then it's done. Again, no right or wrong answer here. Perfect. While I am up in this corner, I'll do these two stars, which are super, super subtle in here. But this area I think is too large to leave unquilted, so it's got to have a little touch of something. Cut those tails. It is important when you do this skipping about like I'm doing with this one, that you do overlap some stitches and that you lock stitch, or that quilting is just going to come undone on that little star. That would not be a pretty result. There we go. Okay, just kind of running my hand over it to see if I caught everything. I think this whole top area has got enough. I've got a few stars on the far left. Why don't I grab those before we forward again? If I start down here, I can skip to the next star. Well, that worked out perfectly. The other two I caught when I was doing his, I want to say mane. I know that's not right, but I don't know what an eagle's head feathers are called. The crest. I bet one of you chimed in with that because one of you knew that. Of course you did. Well, thank you for that. This is why we have a quilting bee together. We're actually making fairly good progress, you guys. Fairly good progress, I think. Now then, what shall we do around this red? I think more of the same. I honestly do. So I think we can go ahead and pull this basting thread out now. There we go. One long pull. Beautiful. If I was very, very frugal, I would save that for hand stitching, but not today. Not today. Where shall we start? We'll start right here at his wing. Little pauses are me thinking, is there a way I could do this and have fewer stops and starts or backtracking? But the truth is, it just does not matter that much. Just get her done. Stop if you need to, backtrack if you need to. You could overthink it forever. I choose to just backtrack around it. Do it for the red ribbon or sash or whatever that is. A few little stars in here, and boy, they're subtle. We're gonna make stars out of them. When those little curved blades come in super handy. Not worried about nipping the fabric. All right. Oh, no star in here. That's good. All right, what else? Oh, still a corner up here. Also, this is again that blue kind of underside of the feather. There's no really definitive lines to quilt there. What to do? What to do? Procrastinate. Do this part first. Do the obvious bit first. Very good. Now, on to the tricky bit. And truly, I'm just by guessing, by goshing it. There are a few suggestions of lines here, but not much. So, I'm just putting some in. Beautiful. I think that does it. So again, my measuring stick of, 2 inches-ish. I think I've achieved that. Other than his crest, there are no ginormous areas left unquilted, so I will come back and do that. But I think I'm going to proceed with more borders first, and I think that is going to literally be last. And in terms of bobbin thread, most likely what I'll do is I'll have to go to my thread choice and look at them, but I'll probably do almost a caramely taupey thread within his crest and probably keep my brown on the bottom or something a bit darker. I don't really want, eggshell on the top or the bottom necessarily. Just looking at my backing to make sure everything's staying smooth. Looks good, you guys. Okay, what shall we do next? Has anyone got a vote? I'm going to get some more water. Do we just want to keep working on borders? Because that's chiefly what's left. We've done some of everything. And what's left is borders. Oh, Mr. Producer brought me more coffee. Beautiful. Do we have any questions or comments? Let's do that for a minute. All right. I'm pleased, actually. 3 hours, we've got a lot done. Judy, I understand that you aren't able to record the rest of this quilt. Could you make a video of turning the quilt? Ah, okay. I think we did talk about that briefly earlier. I'm just thinking to myself, I wonder if I could get that other border done and turn it today. I might be able to do that, you guys. I may be able to do that. The thing is, I don't know if our cameras show, the room big enough to see it, but we'll see what we can do. I'll think about that while I'm quilting. Mary Ellen, I have a love-hate relationship with panels. I will admit that they push one's skills. You can always do a combination of all-over design with custom elements. Absolutely, and every panel is a little bit different, whether the color, is widely varied from light to dark, or whether there's a lot of detail or a little detail. Like, it's just different with every panel. I agree. Judy, when you change thread color, you always snip the thread and tie it and pull it through. Is it okay to pull the little knot through the tension discs? I'm not pulling a knot through the tension disc, though, Judy. I'm not fully sure what you mean. Do you mean if I was joining a new color and I pulled it through? Maybe clarify if you can, because I'm not sure I'm understanding your question fully. Lauren, I'm always hesitant to stitch over already stitched lines. You make it look so effortless and okay. I'm sorry you can't see this better, Lauren, because I think I could really encourage you if you saw how not perfect mine are. But when you stand back just a little bit and look at it, especially because this quilt is on the dark side, it's going to look fine. It's not perfect backtracking. I just do it. Again, it falls under that heading of don't overthink it. Don't kill yourself over it. Just do it, and it looks surprisingly good when it's all said and done. Diane, do you ever use the idle mode, keep stitching when you stop, when doing stars to make the points crisp? That's a great point, Diane, and I absolutely could do that. So on the Bernina, and on some other models too, there's an idle or a coast mode, where even when you're not moving and it's not stitch regulating, the needle is still gently coasting and you get a sharper point. I absolutely could. I've just got it on the stop till you stitch because of my ruler work, and I wasn't flip-flopping back and forth, but I sure could. Kathleen, my favorite part is the feathers on eagle panel, and yes, loose quilting, not every feather. Right. You just want that suggestion, right? You want it to stay fluffy. Judy, when you change color, you cut it at the top and pulled it through. Okay, I think I follow you. What I did was cut my old color at the top, and I pulled it through, but all I was pulling through was my cut tail. There was no knot on it. Then I took the spool off, put my new spool on, and threaded that fresh end all the way through. That's to avoid pulling my thread backwards through the discs, through the tension discs, or through that little intermittent spring tension thingy. I don't like to pull my thread backwards through that, so I tend to cut it off and pull it forward. And honestly, that's a really great tip for every sewing machine, not just long arms.
This comment gets the award.
Debbie, the gray thread was a great choice. Dave says that comment gets the award for the best one of the day. Thanks, Debbie. Susan, thank you very much for your panel work today. Panels give us permission to play. Outlining the stars makes it pop. Yep. You're right, Kathleen. And sometimes you don't know until you do it. Like, is this going to be a good thing or is this going to be a detraction thing? And you just have to try. But I agree. It makes those stars, which seemed very subtle before, pop a little bit. And it's a good thing. I'm happy with the result too. Diane, if you leave a little space between the lines instead of backtracking, will you look like it did it on purpose? I don't know, but there is some space between some of my lines. Very little of my backtracking was terribly precise. So I don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters. But yes, sometimes I do that on purpose in a border, for example. Judy, I know of a gal that pulls her tied threads through tension discs on all of her machines. I gotta say, I honestly would not do that. I think you're risking messing up your tension discs. I wouldn't do it. That's all I'll say about that. Okay, that's it for comments. How to end on a
Cautionary
on a cautionary tale. All right, I got to put the coffee well away because I have a really big quilt here. And I'll be back on camera in a second. Let me just roll back and double check that I have that whole long border done on the first side. I do all except the ribbon candy, but the ribbon candy I could do as a final last pass too, all in one. And I'd be okay with that. I'm just thinking through whether I could do this bottom border, and I think I can, and then do the flippy floppy. Okay, so here's a thought, you guys, because we're at 3 hours now, right? Plus?
We are 3.5.
Okay, since you guys have said you want to continue, great, I'm fine with that, but I do need a bathroom break. So we're gonna play the cruise video for you again for just like 2 minutes. I'll keep advancing while Mr. Producer loads that up. Weren't you gonna play the cruise? Okay, how long does it go? Oh, that's quite long. That's too long. Yeah, let's do that shorter one. Okay, sorry. Mr. Producer and I just have to confer here a little bit. We've got a little promo one that's got snippets of me talking with Sam and with Beth Ann, and it's about what, 7 minutes, 8 minutes? So that'll give everybody an opportunity to get a beverage, have a bathroom break, maybe get a meal. Maybe you've all been doing that while we've been working, but I need a wee little break. So we'll quickly do that and be back in like less than 10 minutes. So it's just going to take Mr. Producer a sec to find that and load it. And meantime, I'm going to advance and get ready for my next border. So I do have to do a little bit of stabilizing work and basting this bottom edge. And again, I'm doing my loose floppy backing. I'm just swirling it around and tucking it in under the roller. That works really, really well to hold that looseness in place. It's looking nice and square, you guys. I'm so pleased. So pleased. Okay, Mr. Producer's telling me this little video clip is actually a little under 6 minutes, so it's not going to be a very long break. I don't want to leave you hanging for a long period of time. So let me get this basted, and then we'll all go have a quick break.
Yeah, I need the other camera.
I am going to go ahead and put my belt on for doing that long horizontal line across the bottom. I want to make sure that it's nice and straight. Make sure I get the right one in place and not the left to right one. Come on now. There we go. Perfect. So again, my black fabric has just a little bit of easing into the quilt. So I'm just putting a little bit of tension on this left side in some way. Letting the weight of my hand do it works. Sometimes I have to actually grab it and pull it. And I'm tugging with the fabric and messing with it all the way along. But I know that my machine is stitching in a straight line, so it's important to me then that I make my quilt line up with that. And I feel like I've cut it just a little bit short. I'm going to shift up. Not quite that much. But a 1/16 of an inch. Perfect. Beautiful. Looks like we're gonna have to take a lint roller to this quilt when it's all said and done. Someone's asking about my ruler plate being back on. Great question, you guys. I thought about saying, remind me, but then I thought, oh, I'll remember. And the answer is, no, it's not back on yet, but I will do it before I go and take my break. Because I know me, when I come back, raring to start on the next thing, I will totally forget it then. Okay, let me just walk all the way around and flip my belt off again. If you guys keep a sharp eye out, the cat is in here now. He came in one of the times that Mr. Producer went out and opened the door, so he's getting around underfoot. You may catch a glimpse of him if you keep an eye out. Okay, there's our basting finished. Good one. Clamps on. And ruler plate. There we go. Perfect. We are all set up to go. Okay, we ready, Mr. Producer, sir? Okay, we're ready. I'm going to put my mic on mute and be back with you guys in about 5 or 6 minutes. We are bringing you a huge announcement, and I say we because my husband is in the room here with me, Mr. Producer. And this is quite honestly one of his dreams that we'll be bringing you. So get ready. We're hosting a quilting cruise. This will be in January of 2025. And there's a couple things that I think are unique about this cruise. I mean, there are lots of quilting cruises, but we're going to approach it from a little different angle. For one, it's going to be focused on machine quilting and with touches of business-related topics. But look who's coming along on our cruise. Beth Ann Nemish and Sam Alberts. You know, like I said, a well-rounded and very broad spectrum of classes and experiences. Those of you who are regular viewers here on my channel know that I do a lot of edge-to-edge quilting on what I call couch quilts. So very useful, almost utilitarian, but I like to show that it can be beautiful, and I like to focus on the whole skill of, you know, making a square and a flat and an unpleated quilt. So that's kind of what I'm bringing to the table. Beth Ann, what are some of the things that you're going to focus on?
Looking at a whole quilt design, particularly in this sort of mid-custom field. So this would be a custom look without necessarily all of the specific stitch in the ditch and like the super, super tiny details. And this makes it a much more approachable way of thinking about quilting, one that does not take an eternity. So that is one of the things. And I'm excited to sort of tailor that design a little bit to dovetail with one of your classes, Susan. And also, I'm going to be excited to talk also about hopefully some background quilting, but not only small backgrounds, but also scaling them. And so it really then fits the needs for people who are custom quilting on a small scale, up to people who are dealing with larger scale, say even pantograph versions, and learning to scale those designs appropriately.
Okay, and Sam, I know that you talk a lot about quilter's block. What does that mean to you, and how are you going to integrate that into your classes?
Well, sometimes we look at these large sort of the quiltwork style quilts or the paper piecing quilts, and we get quilter's block, kind of like writer's block, and we just don't know what to do. It's just so massive. And I want to focus on that stitch in the ditch idea and how to approach these huge quilts and break it down into smaller elements and plan through that, and how to look for the inspiration in the fabrics and the quilt and the design and the all over there.
And by the way, if any of you have not met either of these ladies in their quilting before, Beth Ann is White Arbor Quilting, Sam is Quilting Curve Studio. Take a look at their Instagram feeds, take a look at their websites, and it will give you a really good idea of the flavor of their quilting. I just can't emphasize enough that our whole goal is to bring this well-rounded, immersive, connected group of classes together for you so that you can go home at the end of the cruise with just a tool belt full of information and knowledge and skills that you can use in your own quilting studio. But let me tell you where you can go if you're interested in reading more information about it and if you're even interested in booking. But this I want to highlight specifically. We've given you the ability to sign up under any of we three teachers so that you've got an opportunity to kind of honor maybe someone that you've been following for a long time and admiring their work. So if you came into this group today because you're a follower of Sam and her work and you just want to get out there and meet her, put Sam's name in there when you go to book your ticket. Likewise, Beth Ann or Susan, and it's just our first name. So easiest possible thing.
So I have a lot of opportunities to teach. And I just absolutely jumped at this one. And a couple of reasons why. I'm super excited about two specific things. Number one, I think the recording thing, then take it home and really integrate it into whatever they're thinking about. And this is so hard for students when they teach at conventions or when I interact with people at conventions, they get so overwhelmed with the amount of material. And so I think that it's really a key part of it that I was really excited about. And the second part is I am so excited about the integration between the three of us, and that throughout all of our planning discussions with this, we've really been talking about how a person can take every class and really go through essentially an entire life cycle of the quilting, learning to quilt process, so that everything from sort of the basic quilting all the way through custom quilting is really thoroughly covered. And I think that that's really exciting, rather than a piecemeal approach that a student might receive maybe at a convention or something like that.
Okay, Sam, your internet's been kicking you in and out, but here you are. Have you got anything that you'd like to add?
I love connecting with people, and I'm so excited to be able to do it in person. There's nothing like being in person on a cruise in the Caribbean. I'm just so excited. This is going to be great. All three of us together.
And here we are again. Welcome back. Quick break. So, in case you're just tuning in, working on a Quilt of Valor today, which in the US and Canada means a quilt that is made entirely by volunteer contributions of time and effort and is awarded to someone who has served in some branch of the military. And in this case, this one is for a kind of special high-ranking officer who was wounded in the line of duty. So it's special. And I was asked to do some custom quilting on it and make it a little bit special. So brought you this project today because there are so many features of this type of custom quilting, which I don't often feature in Live and Unscripted because I'm usually trying to get shorter episodes, but I thought they may be of interest to you. So it is a panel quilt. So the idea of quilting something artistic, but getting enough quilting on a central panel. Then there's all kinds of borders around it, color thread changes, stabilizing a custom quilt. All those things have been part of today's topic. So if you're just coming in new, you might want to rewind and watch that, and it's a long one today. So if you're enjoying it, thumbs up, and please subscribe to the channel and share with your friends. And meantime, we're going to get back to quilting. Now, what I'm intending to do is I've got my quilt loaded long ways, so the length of it is going from side to side, and I quilted the top border already, and I'm going to work toward getting that bottom border done, and then I'm going to dismount the whole quilt, take it entirely off the frame, turn it 90 degrees, reload it so you get a chance to see that, and then I'll come back and quilt the two borders that remain, the shorter borders that remain. We've done pretty good today. So I realized that I actually had not stitched in the ditch along this most of this one side. My last pass, I missed doing that. So easy to do on these dark colors. So I've just reestablished my thread join where I was stitching before along the ditch, and we're just going to go ahead and finish it. I've got my ruler plate on underneath. I've got my ultra favorite Quilter's Apothecary 8-inch straight ruler. That's Jamie Wallen's design, and he is such an experienced quilter and has such good designs. This is just a great all-purpose straight ruler, which I love. Links are, I think, probably in the chat. Yes, Mr. Producer, but for sure they're in the description if you're watching this on YouTube. And a lot of my favorite tools, by the way, I just keep a template description that has my favorite tools in it, and they're on all of the full-length YouTube episodes. They're not on the tiny little shorts, but they're on all of the fuller length episodes so that you can find any of those tools, my favorite. Edge clips, my red snappers, these rulers, things like that from any episode. We're undoing some of these basting lines as we go. And if you'll recall, I actually lock stitch them at the beginning so that I can do this. I can just yank on them and pull them out and not worry about undoing the perimeter basting of my quilt. My black border has just a tiny touch of easing in it. So I'm kind of working with that as I go, pushing it up a little bit, holding it up there with my ruler so that my quilting has a similar easing in it. I don't want it to push out in front of me and all of a sudden be forming a pleat. I do want to stop needle down. This should be the last one. So all that effort to stitch in the ditch, around some of the borders, to drop in a few of those basting lines, all of that has worked together to keep my seams nice and straight, my quilt nice and square and flat. I'm at the bottom edge of it now, and I'm really happy with the result. It does take some care and attention, but it has not been horribly fussy. Those of you who have been here the whole time, you deserve a medal, by the way. This has been long, but hopefully good, hopefully informative. Mr. Producer, could you find me a tissue? A couple of times in this stitching in the ditch, I have caught the hill side, the higher side. I'm not worrying about it too much. On a really dark border like this, it shows not much. So I feel like it's okay. But I'm trying to learn from that, and now I'm stitching just a little bit further away from the ditch. I'm also running into the seam allowance in a couple places has flipped underneath, and that can kind of mess with your neat stitching in the ditch too. So it is what it is. Just grabbing a tissue, you guys. Tiny little drip. This very outer black border, I think I'm going to put ribbon candy in it. That's what I did in the inner black border. but I'm going to go ahead and leave that till one of the last things as well. It does not have to be done before I flip the quilt necessarily. So I'm just going to do this bottom central blue border area before I show that flipping for you. The last of my little basting stitches here. I think all the basting is out now. Where's my ruler? There it is. I'm reaching with my hand and it's not there. We've made a full lap. Okay. Now this border is fairly simple in terms of what's in the different locations. If it was more complex and I was hard put to remember, I would have done one of two things. One is to have it drawn out on a plexiglass board, which I actually do have today because I planned out what I wanted in these borders before I started. So I've got that plexi audition board sitting beside me on the floor to know what's in these different borders. And another option, of course, would be to use your smartphone and snap pictures of the top end of the quilt. But trust me, you cannot remember what you did at the top end. That's just the way it goes, at least for me. All right. So piano keys in the royal blue and my trusty little mirrored shape in the red and white and blue. And we're going to do that one first. And I learned my lesson on the first one. I quilted the blue side first, and then when I tried to quilt the mirror image, it was terribly, terribly hard to see. So this time I'm going to quilt on the red and white side first. Have I got clamps on both ends? I don't. Let's put these on. It's good precaution. Just is. Deep breath. Here we go. I mentioned earlier, but I'll say it again, this particular design is an original from Sue Hines in her book Elemental Designs. SueHines.com. Hines is spelled just like the ketchup. Sue has not only very original and unique designs, but she's also a great teacher, so she's super at breaking them down into step-by-step illustrations and instructions. Anyway, I have used this design many a time. From tiny scales to big ones. It's honestly a great skill builder design too, as while the swirl itself is fairly easy to quilt. You'll see when I go to do this second part, I am now trying to create, well, maybe you'll see with this busy print, I'm creating a mirror image of what I did before. So it's really good to practice your spatial skills, you know, where do I need to place this one so it mirrors the swirl that was on the other side, etc. I hope you enjoyed that brief little interlude about the cruise. It's just kind of snippets, and if you do want more information, number one, head to the website, SBS Experiences, or number two, there is a full-length YouTube episode with Beth Ann and Sam and myself that little excerpt was taken from. So if you want more details, want to hear more from each of us, that's a great place to do it. When we first started planning this, it was over a year to cruise time, and it seems so very distant, but now we're down to less than 6 months, and it's starting to feel a little bit real. There are some of the room types, like single, double, etc., are sold out already. So if you are thinking about going, you might want to soon look into it. And also the VIP spots, there are not very many left. So the VIP is an add-on if you wish, but it gives you more specific time with the three of us, some special Q&A sessions, a special dinner together, things like that. So those are just a very few left. So if you want to get in on that, oh, and there's some special goodie bags and lots of little bits and bobs in there. You can find out more on that on the website too. Okay, on to our piano key bits. And I think we'll go ahead and leave the eagle squares. I did one of those earlier on. So if you didn't have a chance to see that, you can also go back and you can always go back and view it. And I did it with some ruler work. And each square is kind of starburst shaped toward the outer edge. But I think we'll leave those till after I've turned it, because it really doesn't make any difference, right, when I'm doing those. So we'll do these piano keys, and then we'll go ahead and flip the quilt. I just wanted to get that ditch stitched along that block. There we go. I'm just using the markings on my ruler to guide me in placing these an inch apart. When I come back the other direction on the bottom blue border, I'm just going to wing it in terms of spacing them an inch apart. When they're that far apart, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to wing it. Tiny little differences are just not noticeable at all. You can see why I love this ruler though. It's just, to me, it's about the least fatiguing ruler that I've ever used, just because of the way the handle is situated and the way I can, you know, you're seeing me do the same movement over and over again, but if I was using the ruler in different ways, right, there's multiple ways that I can grip this handle or apply pressure, and that's the feature that I love best about these rulers. I mean, they have great markings. They're the same type of material and thickness that most long arm quilting rulers are. That is not unique, but the handle is, and I love it. I also like the length. The 8-inch to me is a perfect all-purpose ruler. Small enough you can get in fairly small places. Big enough to quilt about as long a line as you can hold or control without shifting your hand anyways. So the 8-inch is just a lovely length, at least for me in my hand size. So check out the link. I know Mr. Producer has put it in there a couple times already. Quilter's Apothecary, Jamie Wallen. And use the code SBS10 for Stitched by Susan 10 for 10% off. And I guess I should be specific. It's 10% off his collection of straight rulers. He's got an SBS collection. They're the rulers I love and talk about quite frequently. So on any one or several of those rulers, you can get 10% off. I did not pre-measure my lines. As I get to the last two, I'm going to try and make a slight adjustment to make that happen. Maybe the last three, I'm just going to make these all a little bit narrower. Nobody will be any the wiser if you don't tell them. Oh, they're just getting squeaky again. Time for another polish. So brief recap while I finish. This quilt is loaded. It has numerous borders, but the biggest borders are on the sides of the actual quilt. So I did my initial loading with my quilt sideways. The length of the quilt is from side to side. That just means I can do the longest borders in one fell swoop. Now often when I do a quilt that has borders, I will load it that way. But if the border is continuous around the quilt and I'm quilting something like feathers in it or a loop-de-loop type design, often I will just advance and rewind my quilt as needed and quilt that border in one lap. I'll start at one point, go all the way around all four sides, and then join up. But in this case, my border is broken up by these eagle blocks in the corners. So already I'm dealing with essentially 4 separate border sections. So I made the decision to actually dismount the quilt or take it off the long arm rails. I call it dismounting. I don't know if that's a technical term, but it's what I use. So after I finish this canopy portion right here, I'm literally going to unload the whole quilt and turn it 90 degrees. And then those shorter top and bottom borders will actually be top and bottom on my long arm rails, making them a little easier to quilt. So that is just an option. Know that that option is always available to you. And you can make those decisions based on your comfort level of quilting in all 4 directions or just the complexity of the quilt border. If you're doing a really complex border, it can be frustrating to start and stop as you work your way down the side of a quilt, and it might be easier to turn it. So I'm going to do that today, just so you can see how that looks. If you're a regular viewer, you'll know already that my loading process is pretty unfussy. I do not center my backing or even my quilt. I like to load starting with a straight edge toward me, and then I literally just roll the backing on and then place the quilt on top of that. And that act of rolling it against the tension of the leader that it's rolling over keeps it pulled taut and smooth and pretty straight of grain. And for the purposes of the type of quilting I do, which are, you know, for home use, couch type quilts, it's as accurate and square, like I've never had a problem with it. So therefore, I'm going to use that in my favor when I go to reload this. I'm going to use the straight basted edge of my quilt, because remember, I've got it basted all the way around the quilt now. It's all stabilized. And I'm going to load that closest to me, and then I'm just going to roll the thing on. I didn't do a great job of spacing these out. So now I have to decide, one really fat one or one really skinny one. I choose a skinny one. So be it. There's no wrong choice here. And I just realized I didn't actually stitch in that ditch, so I am going to go do that, because from the back side of the quilt that's going to look really obvious. I needed to join up with the rest of the ditch stitching, so let's just quickly put that in place. Done. Beautiful. Get all those tails. I'm just going to cast an eye over this to make sure, before I do unload it, that I've got done the things I need to get done. So what remains too, you're looking at a big view, the whole exterior black border is still unquilted too. And I think I'm going to do ribbon candy like I did in the center one. Might do a slightly different ribbon candy. I'm going to go ahead and leave that. Well, how long are we staying, Dave?
It's up to you.
In some ways, it would be nice to do it now because the longest continuous parts are left to right, but it will take probably a solid 15 minutes to quilt this border, and then we've still got to flip. I think we better go ahead and flip the quilt. We'll do that part. We can always come back and do the ribbon candy. Worst case scenario, it'll mean a couple more advances and rewinds. I don't think you need to. Mr. Producer is talking about moving the camera so it's more distant, but I actually think it's fine. Looking at it on the screen, I think you guys will have no trouble seeing what we're doing. So I'm going to move some of my stuff out of the way. Books, pens, rulers. Stella herself. I'm going to get a sip of coffee. I need to be fortified for this, you know. All right. So Stella the long arm is going to move out of the way. Actually going to clip her in place so she stays there. And now I'll just unload the quilt like I would any old time that I was unloading a quilt. And I don't have to be too worried about it or too careful with it because everything is basted. So everything is pretty stable. I'm just attaching my clips at the top and bottom end so that it doesn't flop off that front rail while I'm working with it. Of course, my snapper extends on this side. Let's get that off. Put the clip on. That just holds it up so it doesn't fall off. The leader doesn't fall off. Oof. All right, quilt is off. Now for using my red snapper leaders, I'd have the one extra step of flipping this leader all the way over. So it's coming under my dead or leveler bar, which is right back here. You can't quite see it. It's underneath that and over the top. Oof. I need longer arms by about 6 inches. It's wrapped over nice and smoothly. Okay. Here's our quilt. The backing is so busy you can't even see the quilting. But it's there, I promise. So I've turned it 90 degrees. Now our panel is right side up. Someone asked earlier, how am I going to know that I have a straight edge on this side now? Because when I had it loaded before, I had the selvage on my rails. Now I don't. I have a cut side and it's not particularly straight. So my choices are two. I could haul this whole mess off to my cutting table and I could straighten up that edge, and that might be, again, if I wasn't on camera, that's probably what I'd do, but I don't want to leave the room and go do all that. So what I'm going to do instead is just use my basted edge, which I know is straight also, and then I'm just going to let this hang. I may cut it off first. Is it going to get in the way? No, I don't think it will. We'll watch for that. So I've got I'm watching my black edge of my quilt, not my batting specifically, but my quilt, because that stitched edge is straight, and I'm going to keep that straight with my red snapper as I pinch this in place. That's my goal. And some of the batting is catching within the snapper. That doesn't matter. Have I got room enough to quilt? No, I don't. Back up. You guys probably thought of that watching. I need more space because I need to be able to quilt to the edge of that black border. So, how about this? We're thinking on the fly here, you guys. How about this? Gosh, we have a lot of fabric down at that end, don't we? I better move this way. I hate to cut it off because I like to give it back to the Quilt of Valor people in the biggest, most useful chunk afterwards that I can. Here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to get it as straight as I can, and I'm going to put my magnetic bars on here to hold it in place. So I'm basically just visually getting this straight. And then I'm going to hold it in place while I snap it on there. And I'll look at it from a couple of angles to make sure I'm happy with that before I affix it. I feel like that will work. This very tippy end is a little bit saggy. Let's pick that up. Pick up the pace. Pull that up about a 1/4 inch. Okay, let's look at it again. I'll go look at it actually from the other side of the machine. And the other end, the opposite is true. Okay, Mr. Producer's asking me if I can move. So the other option would be, I guess, to fold this. Right? I've got all this excess fabric. We're just thinking this through, you guys. No, I don't think move the camera, Dave. That is such a pain. How will that roll up? Just thinking through, trying to think through. I think I'm actually going to make the decision and cut it, is what I'm going to do. I'm just worried if I start folding up that fabric, I'm going to end up with disaster. We don't want disaster. So, I'm now going to trim this about 6 or 8 inches away from the edge of the quilt. And it's not going to be perfectly straight cut either, but it doesn't matter at this point, does it? I'm trying to follow the grain of the fabric so it's straight-ish. Needs must. Actually, this fabric has a very nice grain for following. It's very clear. Almost there. I'm gonna need more coffee after this. Okay. We'll fold that puppy later. All right, now we get to redo all the bit we just did so that we can move a little bit for a better camera angle. So we'll pull the whole thing this way. Yep. Is that satisfactory, Dave? Okay, let me get my line straight again. Those of you who are perfectionists and say, wow, that's a pretty reckless way to try and get a straight line, I'm sorry. That's all I have to say about that. It's the best I could think of on the fly. And the truth of the matter is, my quilt is already stable. So the shape of the quilt is not going to change even if I did not get this loaded quite straight. It's already all basted together. It's not going anywhere. So that's kind of why I feel okay with doing it in this sort of jerry-rigged way. threads come off. And now, much as I do when I'm loading just a backing, I'm going to pull this whole quilt snugly over to the other side of the long arm frame and line it up so it's got a straight approach. It's like lining up at the runway. The most difficult thing that I've run into with reloading a quilt like this is that sometimes it wants to pull my leader all the way over. So I might have to rope Mr. Producer into helping. And we are, just by the nature of having quilted on it, it's wanting to pull in a little toward the center too. So as I roll it, I'm going to endeavor to keep it spread out straight. But in reality, as I'm quilting, I'm going to put tension on every time I'm laying down some stitches. So it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Look at that. Do what now?
You have a choice, but I'll show you what you're.
So I'm just rolling it up exactly like I usually roll my backing only. And I'm allowing essentially the friction of it rolling over this leader to be holding it straight. As long as I've got the bulk of it, the weight of it hanging down straight, it pulls on straight, or at least plenty straight enough for my purposes. There we go. And I have to walk around the other end. I'm pretty pleased with that. I even have stripes to go by, and it's pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and put a magnet on here because I know what's going to happen. The whole thing's going to want to flop. I might need your help here, Dave, for a sec. I might have to drop a couple pins in. That might be the ticket because the whole thing is weightier than just a backing ever is, and it's wanting to just flop. So bear with me a sec. A magnet's not enough, I don't think. Let's just take... probably not. Thank you. Let's just take precautionary measures and drop a few pins in. And that way it won't, as a whole, just go swimming over to the other side. So I leave you guys to think about this, and you decide when it comes to your quilt, you know, is it worth this process and the question marks that are raised about the squareness or the ease of it? You know, and are you happy enough with the result? And again, I want to reiterate, I know already with this quilt, everything's been basted. And so the quilt is already stabilized to the backing. So I know I'm going to get a square result, even if this looks a little bit slapped together. I'm still confident I'm going to get a straight result because of that. I know my quilt is already stable. Now those few pins enable me to roll this up and add my snappers, and then we'll pull the pins out. And like I said, another option certainly would have been to square up the first end of the quilt and trim it off actually flat and square. I don't know if you can actually see it, but it's a torn edge along here, but it's not torn straight. It's a very frayed edge. I guess that's what I want to say. It's cut a little bit jagged and then very frayed. So that's not a straight edge. I can't judge by that edge of fabric at all. So I'm judging over that placement of the bottom basting line of the quilt. And I put my pins in relative to that. And now I'll pull them out. And we're in business. Have I mentioned it's about 90 degrees in our studio? Whew, it is toasty in here with all these big lights we've got on. There we are, you guys. Boom. Okay, Mr. Producer's giving me choices here. What are my choices?
Help you or
Dave, you might need to take Susan to dinner after this. I'm feeling like it's you guys that might want to be taking me to dinner. Just a thought. So you can see, perhaps on the camera, it's looking like there's fullness here, and that is because this has got quilting lines in it and they are pulling together a little bit. So I put in some effort. I stretched out my backing just a touch, but the rest of it's going to come from I'm going to put side tension on my quilt when I'm working on it. That's just the nature of it. I've never turned a quilt and not had that happen. It just does pull together. It relaxes as soon as you take it off the frame. So you have to compensate for that when you reload it. But it's not horrible. It's not horrible. It absolutely can be done. And now we've set ourselves up for quilting this border with ease. So let's proceed to do that with ease. And I would say, looking at it, that it did not roll on perfectly straight. This side is definitely lower, probably, a good 1/4 inch. So I do have choices. I could re-roll it. I could even roll it back and forth a little bit, and I could probably straighten that out. However, again, I've got this knowledge that I've already basted the perimeter. I've already basted every chunk. Even though it might not be sitting quite straight on my frame, I'm still confident that I'm going to get a square quilt. So I'm just going to flow with it. I don't need to have my channel lock on. I don't need that line to be perfectly level anymore that's in my ditch stitching. So I'm not going to worry about it, but that's just my choice. Know that you have options here too, and you might approach that differently than I would. Had I known I was going to flip it, I would have left more fabric right here at this end. This was my top when I loaded it, right? And I didn't leave much excess. So, you know, that's gonna be a little tight corners, but again, it'll be okay. We are back in business. Look at that. All right, I will go ahead and quilt this next border, and probably at that point we'll call it a day for today. It's been quite long. You guys have been excellent companions in this quilting journey. So I'm going to work on this border a little bit to give you time if you've got any comments or questions that you want to ask before I go. Remember, please, if you've enjoyed this, to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel and share it with your quilting friends who you think might be interested. I so appreciate that every time. And I'll quilt on this border. Fire off your questions or comments at will. Remembering my lesson, quilt the red and white side first so I can see it. So here's another thing to think about. Next week, we're not doing a live and unscripted, but the third Friday of July, we will be back with another one. And I've got 2 possible quilts in mind at this moment. So if you guys want to weigh in, that's your reward for sticking it out for so long. One of them is a small hand-sewn quilt that's all hexes. Fairly bright, fairly scrappy looking. And it is one of the quilts that came from the One Common Thread organization in Honduras. So it is hand-pieced by one of those ladies. And the other choice is one of my own that I recently pieced and that I have not yet quilted. And here I've got to decide, am I going to put another one? No, I can't fit another one in without it looking crowded. So there's that decision made. But you guys can weigh in on a vote. So if Dave wants to put it into a poll, he could. So Hexie quilt or Susan's own quilt. And it's not a particularly special quilt for me. It's literally is a couch quilt, and it's probably going to end up being a gift. And it's all golden and caramel colors and soft whites and creams. So a very warm quilt. Hexie or Susan's golden quilt. And I will say about the Hexie quilts, if any of you guys have been watching me on social media, including YouTube, I put up a short reel 2 or 3 days ago with an unboxing of a big Hexie quilt. That one is upcoming, and I am going to do at least part of that one on a YouTube episode. So you'll get some Hexie quilt no matter what. And I just ran out of bobbin thread in case you wonder what I'm doing. So I'm doing my usual method, which is just back up a little bit to a point, to a good place for swapping it out. And I didn't have a new bobbin loading, so let's quickly get that going while we undo a couple 3 inches. Okay, that's doing its business. And by the way, I have created a video on unpicking coming your way in the next few weeks. It's off with the editor just now, working his magic on it. By the way, happiest day in my life so far is when I got to a place where I could hand the editing off to somebody else. That is not my happy place, let me tell you. Just let me quilt, just let me explain things, but don't make me edit videos. Please, please, please. All right, just waiting for our new bobbin. While we wait for that bobbin, I'm going to take a moment and furniture polish my foot again. I'm not sure if it's still effective when it's dry, but we hope. There's still a residue on there. And my ruler also. Okay, that's done.
Super Jacks will swing the difference in the pole.
So Mr. Producer's, he's talking in my ear here. He's telling me it's half and half in the poll as to whether I should do a Hexie quilt or do my own quilt, knowing that another Hexie quilt is coming your way anyway. So, Super Chats, he says, will sway, you know, if you really want one strongly, you can sway the balance of that poll. Okay, where were we? Where were we, you guys? Oh yeah, in the blue. Usually I drop my blue seam ripper there, and this is why. So I don't get lost. So I don't get lost. A few lock stitches. I know I've mentioned the advanced membership a couple times today, but I'm going to mention it one more time. This is a monthly subscription-based membership that I have where I upload a couple of new lessons every month, generally 2, not less than 2. And advance doesn't mean that it's advanced quilting techniques necessarily. It's just kind of a play on advancing quilt and advancing your repertoire and etc. It's kind of a play on words. Anyhow, in that, there are different categories of lessons. And one of them is case studies. So I recorded one this week, for example. That was a custom quilting project that was quite unique. And in that case study, I captured photographs and videos throughout the process of quilting it. And then I walk you through that step by step so that you can refer back to it as often as you want. You can take away ideas from it if you want to, and you can press rewind on it if you want to. And it's quite a bit shorter than this is. You don't have to sit and watch me quilting every square inch, but I talk you through in the same way, talk you through my reasons, my whys, and all those little details. So that's the type of thing that is in advance in the case study category. And of course, there's a freehand designs one in which I teach different types of freehand designs, just all different kinds of things that are offered in there. There are guest presenters, there are quilt-alongs where I'm doing a whole quilt, and I invite you to share in that project, so on and on it goes. And that has a new reduced price. It used to be $19.97 a month. It is now $12.97 a month. Everyone gets the same pricing. We're trying to make it straightforward and easy, both for us and for you. So there's no annual membership anymore, which there used to be. It's just a flat $12.97 a month. As I like to say, that's 3 Americanos, because that's what I drink at the coffee shops. 3 Americanos a month. We'll get you all kinds of quilting material and ideas. I'm seeing here, there's a bit of excess in this border at the top. So one of the things I'm going to do is go and adjust my side clamps to have a little bit more tension on them, more than I typically would, because I want to be really sure I don't get any pleats in that. My mother was a hand quilter, and hand quilting for her, you know, this was back in my memory, it was in the 70s and 80s, and she had a giant square frame that she would stretch the quilt backing on and then lay the batting down and then stretch the quilt top on. And she didn't have squaring up rulers. I don't even think my mother ever had a rotary cutter. She passed away in the mid-90s, so that I don't even think she ever had a rotary cutter. So her quilts, of course, were not ever perfectly square or flat. And so that bit of tension was her friend. She could just put tension across the whole quilt top and then quilt it and then relax it when she released it from the frames, and it would all lay beautifully flat. So I try and bring that to bear when I need to on my machine quilting. Generally speaking, my side clamps have minimal tension, only enough to help keep the quilt, you know, pulled out smooth. But when I have a problem area like this with this bit of excess in it, then I add a little more tension, and that can help to just distribute it until you can get it quilted into place. I'm really watching that because I don't want it to ever build up to more. It seems to be managing from piano key to piano key so far, but it's iffy. Tension at the long arm, like tension on your quilt sandwich, is something that you can, you know, it's a factor that you can adjust, but it's something you also need to be aware of. You can't continually quilt with a high level of tension on it. You end up with skipped stitches, sometimes even broken needles and threads. So that can be a factor. If you've got it pulled too taut, you won't get good stitch quality. So I tend to err on less tension across my quilt top, but it can work for me when I just really need that little extra to deal with some fullness that needs easing. So I'm using that today. And once I'm not dealing with that anymore, I'm going to pull back on that tension and not keep it up that high all the time. Okay, at the end of this piano key section, I'm taking your comments and questions, and then we're wrapping it up for today. And I would say time-wise, I've got another probably hour and a half left in this quilt. Like if you're wanting to kind of gauge how long does something like that take. We've been on air, we must be at 4 hours, yeah, Dave? 4.5? Pardon me? 4 hours and 31 minutes. Whew, that was good guessing on my part. So we're looking at a 6-hour quilt, and an hour and a half might not be enough to finish it. Like I've still got 3 of the corner squares. I've got 1 more piano key section here and a whole border on the bottom. Then you can see, yes, you can see, at the top end and at the bottom end, there's a different border. I haven't decided for sure what to put in those. And then there's the whole black border lapping around yet. So yeah, there's probably a pretty solid 2 hours of work left in it yet. So that gives you some sense of the time frame that's involved. And I've not messed around too much. I could not have gone a whole lot faster, even off camera. I don't feel like today. Okay, more thoughts, questions? Questions are coming. Bring them on.
Oh, I guess I should, hold on.
Hang on a sec. Mr. Producer was sitting reading something. Can you imagine? Okay, Kathleen, will you offer the cruise video to those of us unable to be on the cruise and or consider future Zoom classes with you 3? At this point, the cruise class videos are only available to those students who purchase the cruise and come on board. Sam has offered already 1 or 2, I think just 1 lesson within my advanced membership, and she will be doing that again. She and I are friends in real life, and so that's kind of a collaboration that we're going to keep going, and hopefully Beth Ann will do that for me in the future as well too. I don't know that it will relate to the cruise exactly, but so that's my answer there. Eileen, I don't understand why you need to take the quilt off and reload it. Could you explain your thoughts on that, please? Absolutely. The reasoning for it was, Eileen, initially I had the quilt loaded with the length of it from side to side. So the longest border sections were at the top and the bottom, and the shorter border sections were at the sides. So my choices were, obviously I'm going to quilt this whole border, but for those side ones, either I have to quilt it in chunks as I advance my quilt, or what I chose to do, which was take the quilt off, turn it, and now it becomes the top and the bottom, and I can quilt it in one piece. It's not essential. I typically don't turn my quilts. I find that more fiddly. But it was an opportunity to show you guys something that you might not otherwise have thought of doing or that you could do. So that's why I chose to do it today. Dee Dee, Susan, when stabilizing through the center areas of a quilt, how large would the quilt have to be to warrant this? There's not a hard and fast answer. Some quilters, Tia Curtis comes to mind, even when she's doing edge-to-edge work, she bastes every so often down her whole quilt and stabilizes it, no matter what its size. And your basting lines would be less than 1 pass apart, so that when you roll it up, you stitch at the bottom, you roll it up to the next one, nothing is shifting underneath your dead bar or your rollers. It's within your pass space. So some quilters do that with every quilt all the time. I choose not to. I choose to be a floater. And today it was warranted because I knew I wanted to change thread colors, and I also knew I was going to stitch around that center panel, and I didn't want to leave it all loose and floppy in there while being stitched around it on 4 sides. I thought that would create a problem. So, this panel is 30 inches by 40 probably, so it's a pretty big panel, so it really needed that stabilizing. So there's kind of an answer for you. Carol, you must have had your Wheaties this morning. Your stamina is amazing. I did have a quick protein bar in our 5-minute break, but thank you for thinking of me. Pam, is there a reason you're not using your red snappers for the ends? Yes, Pam. I could have since I've reloaded it because now I have a selvage edge there, but the first time I had it loaded, I had the selvage top and bottom, and those side edges were extremely frayed. So if you've used the red snapper, the E-edge side clamps before, it's just a teeny tiny channel, and you've got to fit your fabric into that. A frayed edge does not work in that. When it's a 1/4 inch of fraying, doesn't work. So that's why I chose not to today. And I had plenty of excess, so it wasn't bad to just put the single clamps on the side. It was working fine. And one time you said your quilts are within 1/4 inch of being square. Then your loading method isn't reckless at all. I agree with you, Anne. I get a good result with this. I'm still a careful person, but I'm not compulsive about squaring it up. But I'm satisfied with 1/4 inch or less, of, what's the word for that, Dave? Can't think of the word for that. It'll come to me after I get off air. But anyway, a variance in there. I'm good with that. So I agree. I don't think this is reckless. I just think it might look reckless to some of you who are used to measuring the centers, etc. and so forth. So, okay, that's it for comments. You guys have been troopers, those of you who have stayed through to the end. So this is a massively long show. I'm going to go back this afternoon and add some chapters in. So if you ever want to come back and watch it again, you can find some of the specific topics that I was dealing with. So I'll get to watch it again. Thank you so much for joining me again. This is Live and Unscripted. This is first Friday of July we're airing today. We're going to do it again third Friday of July, and I'll read your poll answers after we get off air. So it is an opportunity, if you're able to come live, to bring your questions and ask them, and I'll answer while we chat. So we appreciate you coming. If you do want to support the channel, buymeacoffee.com/stitched by Susan. And please, on your way out, thumbs up, like and subscribe, and share this to everyone you know. Appreciate it. Oh, Mr. Producer's saying something here. Hilarious. Okay, the poll right now on what to do on the next Live and Unscripted is 49 to 51. We could not be more evenly divided, could we? It's almost like politics. Anyway, that's for another day. Thanks so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure quilting with you, and I'll see you next time.